Mixwell just cleaves his head right off. Yampi, frustrated with that, decides to pull it back and goes aggressive. He's a one-man army with his flash being set up as well. Yampi with 3. Soulcast helps him out, and they crush the pistols. I think a little worrying there for a moment, maybe, with Mixwell's headshot, but good recovery mission from Yampi.
Also, what is it now? 5 out of the 6 times we've seen teams play so far in this patch, there's been a Sage in play. And the Breach, especially, is going to find a lot more use, a lot of NA play with Haven, for example. We've got Haven later on in the map pool. I'd imagine we'd see Breach there. Meadow right now, 12 and 9. Whole different role for him. Both the Breaches find a lot of success, but it's more impressive that Meadow, who's I don't think ever played it before.
Yeah, I mean,
in an official, finding success. But Yampi, I think this is an important tournament for him to find form in.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Yampi's a player with an extremely high skill ceiling, and it would be good to find him in a position of comfort and consistency within this Team Liquid side. If he finds that, then this Team Liquid team then move to the next level, I think. Look at this team. You can see the heights they hit sometimes, Ryan, but you also know their lows can be pretty low, right? So you want to see this Team Liquid side break into the next level, but also find this consistency down and hang around at that point, because you know this Team Liquid side have a lot of skill. Here come G2. Trying to come over heaven. Soulcast in behind the wall right now. Can't do too much about this, so this is going to be a passage down into the site. That means more pressure for Link, and unfortunately Link cracks under the pressure. Soulcast has got himself up on top of the wall and actually gives himself a very good position. Luckily Hoodie, quick to reply. Through the smoke hits the headshot, and now Navira trying to swing, but Hoodie wise to his tricks. It's now just Yampi in the 1v3, the player you asked to see a lot of, and you know he has been performing well, but now he has to clutch a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Spike's not down, Ryan.
No, this could be the first one in a while.
Yeah, come.
Maybe it's just because they wait for these situations. There's still all to play for.
17 seconds. Now they know where Yampi is. He has got a fault line online in 1 more second. Plant will not be denied, but he's going to throw that off to the left side. Not really going to do too much in that position. Gets held back by the other side. And now Yampi decides to move through, but spots 2 players deep in that corner. He's paranoid about that left-sided peek, but it's not going to happen. Cracks his head off, and that's G2 with the first round of the second.
יעזור לכולם, מה הולך?
Plenty of interesting stuff for the most part. And just the util plays, I suppose, like the paranoia that was used on towards B Heaven from Link. I don't know how I rate this double controller so far. I guess it is handy to just have them both anchor in different directions. Link is the typical player that will play in that B anchor position. It's not uncommon to see the Yeoman at all, right? You think of what Ascend were doing over before this patch came in. Setting up on one way, you've got the Brimstone smoking on the other side. Allows nice extremity control, and when you have the stage wall in mid, it means that G2 can't go anywhere.
מה הולך, אנג'ה? מה קורה, דרינו? ערב טוב, מה קורה, תומר? איך אתה מרגיש, יוסף? אתה מרגיש יותר טוב עכשיו? אתה יכול להגדיל? כן, הגדלתי. מתי החזר באיזה זירון חתמת? שערו מעודכנים, חברים. בקרוב.
Like on ramp, you got 2 players watching it. You need those smokes to get in, but because the Brimstone, it of others only got 1 left.
שימו אולי כל מי שכאן צ'אט. בואו נתחיל להרביץ בלייב הזה. ביסו ללייק.
50 seconds left. Spike begins to leave and go back into the sewers.
נקודות שכים, שכים ספורט. וואלה, במפה הזאת דווקא סבבה שהוא יהיה סייג' כי הוא לא יודע לשחק רייז, אז זה סבבה. אבל במפות אחרות אני מקווה מאוד שהוא יהיה דואליסט. עומר, ערב טוב חיים שלי, איזה תספורת נדירה, אמת, תודה רבה. מה הולך, ליאם? למי אני מהמר? על G2, אמן. אלא אם כן ניקוויד יביאו לסקרים דואליסט.
Into the 1 versus 3. You go to the plant straight away. He's got a couple of flashes here, a fault line online as well.
אני משחק רייז, לא משחק רייז.
He's caught by the paranoia, but still finds the head of Navera.
אתה יודע, הוא משחק כשחקן, כן, ליאם. אוי! יואו, כמעט פרקתי את הפרצוף. ספר לנו החתמה, אני לא יכול לספר יותר מדי. שערים מעודכנת, אני באמת שאת מעודכנת תמיד.
Liquid want these fights to go
גיל אמר שהוא רוצה לייב שיכפר על מה שקרה, וואלה, אנחנו צריכים. אני וגייל צריכים סליחת כזה. חייבים. למה היה לנו יום? רק ניצחונות, אני וגיל.
Just Link has to peek out. He has to confirm that round, otherwise Liquid lose another round and realistically they should be getting picked up.
חברים, כל מי שכאן שימו לייק, תלחצו על הכפתור של הלייק. לא מסימן שאלה, לא. אולי כן, אולי לא. שער מעודכן, אחי. ואתה תראה מאיפה חתמתי.
Deciding to go against it. And I think this is the whole idea for Liquid's composition. You can't play aggressive.
Off your feet! Soulcast being forced back by the Rolling Thunder, but it's slow right now, keeping G2 back, so they can't really capitalize upon the control they just garnered too quickly. It will be a slower approach, but look at that from Nukia. Right over the top, Soulcast takes him down. He's going to go for more. Okay. Soulcast, great positioning. Scream will be plucked down to the round by Mixwell. And now Nevera looks up above. He has so much more to do here, Mixwell, and Nevera decides he won't get much more than that. 3 kills picked up for him. And 9 rounds now for Team Liquid as they take the lead. This game's been back and forth this entire time, but we're getting into the buy rounds, crucial rounds now for G2.
It wasn't a big buy as well for G2, it was an eco and they still dedicate that.
בסטירן כדאי משחק נוראי. Go Liquid, די גטלינג, ערב טוב אחר כך.
That's something that Nukia does have available coming into this one.
וואלה זה ראנקד אומר.
I just want to see G2 try and go for something fast just to see what happens. Because with the slow orbs, the paint shells, the stuns, this composition for Liquid looks so hard to beat on the defense. Very similar to what Gambit are running. They're picking up the Neon, of course, instead in some areas, but still works the same way on this defense.
Hole in the wall created, Scream. Gonna play in behind it at Heaven.
בוא'נה, יש לי ליקיד קומפ מוזר רצח. מה זה החרא הזה?
G2 have got the mid control.
דאבל קונטרולר, סייג' רייז ובריץ'. כאילו אין להם סנטינלס. וואו, איזה טיימינג של ימפי. בטוח הסנד, וואלה כן, אולי.
Meadow has creeped his way out into middle and still Yampi
follows.
That wall's about to break.
יו, אין לו טיימינג, כל הטיימינג שלו הולך.
Scream's gonna be the tough spot. His teammate Yampi has found that kill on the flank on Meadow. Now Scream's turn. 1 for him. Then he drops back with 2. A vote was held off from getting that map control back.
אבנר, אח שלי. למה שסמוקים, כי זה מפה קטנה האמת, והדאבל סמוק יכול לעבוד טוב. זה יכול להיות טוב. ככה יש גם סמוקים של אומן, גם את הפלאש של אומן, וגם ברימסטון בצד השני, עם הסטימביקן גם. מוערך גרט אל אח שלי, ערב טוב.
Yeah, there's a lot going on for like Liquid. The success that they're finding, just the lurks, the push-up, they're very much ingrained into G2's head at this point. Now they're going to be extra nervous about how they approach it, but just the fact that Scream gets that pick and that orbital strike is ready to go.
ביקסו לי יצא כמו תייר מהסמוק.
Using each other as these trap plays to set up utility. And we all know how mechanically gifted this Liquid team can be if they're put in a 1v1 situation.
זה מוזר, ראיתי את זה ברק. לא, זה דבר שכן עושים.
What's also most interesting is that Yampi, top of the kill feed with 0 assists as breach. I know Meadows only got 2, but 0, like, considering...
לא, וואלה, אומר, דווקא במפה הזאתי זה סבבה שיהיה סייג'. וואלה, זה סבבה. כי הוא לא שחקן רייז, וסייג' זה אחלה של דמות בשביל להילחם. אז אין בעיה ששחק סייג' בספליט. אתה שחקן שאני אחרי רק טוב, תצליח, אני חדש כאן. אמת, אחי יקר. ברוך הבא קודם כל, ותודה רבה לכל אחי. פלט האשטיין זה עשה נגד ויוואן. לא שלא יכולים עם וייפר כי ברימסטון ואומן נכנסו ממש חזק למטה מהעדכון החדש. אם זה הסטימביקן, אם זה הסמוקים שנופלים יותר מהר, אם זה הכל.
I'm very curious on what rounds get picked out on this one because both teams I like the ideas that they're bringing and they're wasting no time to try and find what's the next big thing. But now G2, Despite having a low buy, still going to try and aggress as a 5 towards A.
ראית את הקלאסיקו, ראיתי וסגרתי עיניים. או נכון, אח שלי. ערב טוב. מה הפיקח קטע שלך ולורנט? 850 נראה לי. או, אם מצאנו את הפליק הזה.
Meadows pull one back at least. Hoodie's in the sight, but not for long.
אתה רואה איך רצים מהסטים ביגל לחולני. מי השועד? תלוי בליקוויד. אם סקרים ישחק דואליסט, בושה קיבלנו אהבה הבית. וואלה בושה וחרפה, אבל הליגה שלנו אח יקר. הליגה של המדריד. מחצלון יכולים לצחק אותנו פה ושם.
It's also just fun to watch both the control players of Nevera and Link almost play like
מי תועד בכדורגל? ריאל מדריד אח.
Just with their movement, the way that, like for example now you have Nevera anchoring over on that A site. He's like that last bout of call to stop anybody from planting the spike. And Link is just, you know, on an island playing off of his own, watching flanks, anchoring that B site just in case there's a late hit. course with that from the show.
ריאל שיחקה יותר מנוראי, ריאל שיחקה ממש זבל. הנה אני ויתור, ידעתי שאני ויתורר. זה היה די צפוי. בן כמה אתה בן 20? חברים, הכל בסדר, הצלחנו להעיף את מסי מליגת אלופות, כמו שאנחנו רגילים לעשות במשך כל השנים. אמנם ברצלונה ניצחה את הקלאסיקו, אבל זה לא אומר כלום, הליגה עדיין שלנו. ומסי עצוב בחדר ההלבשה אחרי ליגת אלופות. חברים, כל מי שכאן שימו לייק, ואם מי שעוד לא שם סאב, שימו סאב ותפצו על הפעמון.
And that's good news for Team Liquid. Look at the rolling thunder.
Yeah, it's funny because you usually see sort of like
בן זמה שלכם, קרי, בן זמה תקשיב טוב, זה החלוץ שאני הכי שונא בעולם, מה שכן, הוא יודע איפה לעמוד, הוא פשוט עומד במקום מושלם. אני לא אוהב אותו. שנה הבאה אמבפה יבוא ואתה תראה את ההבדל בחלוצים. פשוט בן זמה יודע איפה לעמוד, וחולני. בצבא, אחרי צבא, לא הייתי בצבא.
Trying to scale and clear utility bit by bit, just overthrow it. Let's see what Link can do all on his own.
Well, he's going to try his best. This one for Link. Vova has.
שנה הבאה לנו הרבה יותר קל. אמבפה מגיע לריאל מדריד. שווי מטורף, שווי עשה עבודה מטורפת. שווי עשה עבודה מטורפת. פריז ונם עשו את הטעות.
That's a fast execute from G2 where they dedicate an strike and they still get the kills onto like Link, who comes in with a perfect paranoia to stall, and Scream again. It forces a reset. And this is where G2 seems to struggle. The call is to go A. The Brimstone could do on his own. You've got
הוא יהיה בין הגדולים בעולם לדעתי, קטלינג. הוא יהיה בהיסטוריה.
Nevera just playing off of the site, waiting to see if anything's up.
עומר עמית, ערב טוב.
Well, Nevera, this setup he's playing with the MP right now is just, you know, the defender spawn play to pick up the initial info. Like I said, he come around with the backside play, and that's exactly what he's doing.
איזה גבר מיקסוול. איך יש הרבה אנשים 34 לייקים, בושה וחרפה, אחי.
It has put Meadow into 1v2. Now this is certainly winnable for a player of Meadow's caliber.
וואלה, ברוך השם, רוני.
There's no utility left now. He just has the rifle and a desire to win this round.
חברים, כל מי שכאן שימו לייק. צריך לגבר באמת שנה הבאה אם מגיע לריאל נהד שלהם, אבל שנה הבאה הוא מגיע. וואלה הוא מגיע ומגיע באש בעיניים. מה הולך אורן? יאללה נמטה. וואו! פלאש חשוב.
I cannot believe that ended up working, because everything up until then looked so good from Liquid, just Yampy being
הייתי בודק שהגיש שעשיתם הרבה משחקים ביחד, הפסדנו מלא משחקים ביחד, אחי, מלא משחקים ביחד. לא הרבה, מלא.
A dip, I suppose, in the first round for G2 in quite some time.
ברוך השם, מה אתה נכנסה? חברים, 50 צופים, רק 40 לייקים, שימו לייק, כל מי שעוד שם לייק, שימו לייק.
G2 have a lifeline. They don't really have many ultimates to work with. Meadow, one orb away from a rolling thunder. Gonna try and play towards the orb over on A. Nevera, surprised to see him there, but still gets the kill and gets his orbital strike online.
חדש בסוף תייג וסאב פעמון, תתח על אתה, אחי. מה זה הוול הזה?
selling himself up as Scream. Nice wall.
The red Grim. מי זה, גרים או סקרים?
Cover from heaven side too. You like that one, Ryan?
מה אתה מרגיש בתור שחקן? אחי של שחקן גל. ובן אדם זהב. מגיע לך יותר שרף שאתה מתמידים עליו ושתגע לרצח. לאט לאט אחי. עשיתם את הדרך לדיימונד וואלה כמעט לברונז.
I also like we see this trade mark in mid, like they clearly G2 are wanting to push towards that male position. Scream not really going to use the wall, save it for another time. Resurrect for Meadow. Rolling Thunder.
וואי איזה מתו, אי מלא, מה עשו לו?
That's the aftershock as well. So Yampi was expecting that res play, and again they punished. G2 just can't even get a player online anymore.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, and here we go. G2 down into the side. They're caught by the power.
אתם רואים כאילו איזה חזק האומן פלאש? זה מטורף.
And now dropping back into the site. He's worried about the B main play, but that will be smoked off, and Link will have a chance to fight onto Avova. He won't win it, but Soulcast certainly will make up for his shortcomings, and Hoodie will go down to Nevera.
חזר לאמן, כן, אמת. בן כמה אני בן 20.
Take their map pick of split, and they want to do it right now.
Match point.
This is a difficult one for FPX to prep for, no matter which team comes out in the end, comes out on top.
מתי מונדאז' חדש? עובדים עליו, אחי, עובדים עליו. וואלה, צריך קליפים ולקוש לשחק האמת. מה, הוא קיבל פה באמת? וידוא שהוא מת. וידוא שהוא מת. מי שחק טוב בישראל לפי דעתך? דעתי כרגע אליי. אבל זה לא משנה, יש הרבה רולים שונים. כל אחד והרול שלו. סיימת בגרות כאן.
I love this stage of Liquid. The problem is it's always short-lived. They bring out some interesting stuff and you go, wow, that's amazing. And then they're pretty much counter-strat the next game.
Yeah, it's like a little dip into madness for like a moment.
באמת שהארץ מטורף. באמת, זה יקר, תודה רבה.
We'll see if this can become more sustainable for Team Liquid. I think that's the word we're really hoping you can apply to Liquid in the future. Well, Yampi. Good opening. Follow up.
איזה מטורף.
Advantage now for Team Liquid. 55 seconds left. Nevera has just followed the head of Avova coming up the ropes and going to try and smoke it. Creates a little bit of chaos and does get spotted by Hoodie. Sprayed down through it. Nevera gets in a bit of a dangerous dance, ends up losing his life, and that does give G2 a chance back into this round, but still going to be difficult. A player down with 40 seconds left.
אין מצב שנקרים את הראונד הזה.
Still feels that Liquid have a good hold on this up until
No,
this
why?
point. Never mind.
Good night, Yampi. A good flank around the backside. Yampi gets
He's
caught.
getting nuts.
Well, there is a res online here for Scream, but he's wanting to take down Hoodie. Oh, Hoodie, I thought he had caught the timing to look away, but Scream, he's come through. He'll get the res into Nevera. Of course, he chooses his brother. And now we look to Avova and Mixwell in the 2v4.
Alec, of course, he's choosing his brother.
Link still has a paranoia. So he could still try and flash in, but he has a lot of areas.
האמת שהם לא, זהו, GG.
That's all up to Mixwell.
Yeah, it's really hard to see how he pulls this one off. Soulcast.
לעשות הבולגות של ישראל, ולורנט, אמן אחי.
אמן.
יום ראשון צאתי טיול שנתי, אני שמח רצח, אבל כמה יש לי בגרות בתנ"ך במנח שלי. בסדר אחי, זה חשוב אחי. תהנה בטיול שנתי, אחרי זה תפנה את הראש של הבגרות. שתפתח לך ואני שמח, יש לי משהו לראות. תודה רבה, קינג רוי, אוהב אותך אחי. תודה רבה. רואים אותי רואה סקרים מהסופורט, העיניים לא יכולות לראות את זה, באמת. פשוט אי אפשר. אבל לדעתי כל מפה אחרת הם יפסידו עכשיו ליקוויד. רק בספליט הם ינצחו.
Triple controller maybe when Fnatic used to play on bind and some other stuff I think that FPX have done in the past. But this is a whole different direction I suppose you could almost take Valorant. And the fact that it succeeds is going to get a lot of teams very interested in what they could do on this map. Bear in mind the split is probably the most open when it comes to compositions and stuff.
זה שנוקחים דאבל סמוקס עם וייפר. לא, וייפר זה לא חובה. אומן וברים זה גם סבבה.
EMEA, North America, certainly Reykjavik when we get there, because compositions like this are going to come.
כן, מסכים, אקסודיום. למרות שבספליט זה סבבה, כי סייג' זה דמות שכן נלחמת וצריך רייז והוא לא שחקן רייז. אז זה סבבה שהוא ישחק סייג', אין בעיה עם זה, אבל כל מפה אחרת זה לא הגיוני. פשוט לא הגיוני. מה קרה? מתי נאותה להתרגש? ננסה להיגמל מישהו? כרגע לא, אחי. בדמות שלך אני בעיקר שחק ג'ט. ממך שותף אתה. קאיו פאקינג שודגן. כן רוי, זה מה שהם עושים בדרך כלל. אפשר להיות גם בלי אלכוהול. שמונה, 19. בוא'נה נאץ ושיידוס סחבו את המשחק הזה. איזה רייז דפדף הוא קיבל אבל. לא, אתה לא מצטרך לצבוע רמה, אתה חייב לשחקים הכי טובים בארץ. שערים מעודכן אחי. לא יודע, אני כנראה שכן. עוד בעיה שכבר של השינוי. היה לי באמת בינתיים לראות את האבות שלהם. לא ראיתי את זה. סנטין עשה לפנים. לא עשיתי עזבה. תהנו גם בלי אלכוהול. אפשרי. למה אין לי את זה אבל? איזה זה? כן, זה באמת.
Brimstone combo, Lothar. Tell us about it.
Well, when it comes to Steam Beacon
Sage. שיחקו אותה בדואליסט? ברימסטון?
affects the speed.
Know exactly how you play this?
Into a play under a little bit of pressure. Walking wounded heading into the players. It's time to see if they can take on this mech side. Ryan, how do you feel about their chances in this one?
This already looks prep.
וואלה, NA ו-U זה הפרש מאוד ענק. מה זה לא ראיתי את זה. NA ו-U זה הפרש מטורף. מה זה אינסטאדה שהיה פה כאילו? לא. Whoa!
We want to see him find those entries. He finds two instantly, and it seemed that Mech had the read on that for the most part. They're doing well to try and trade it out.
Yeah, well, Shados under a good bit of pressure being pushed from Coldamento, runs right into him.
יהיו תמיד הרבה טובים. תמיד.
Here for Guild with the two-man advantage into the pistol. Yet to take the site and plant just yet, but that should be coming in momentarily. That Spike just trying to get into a comfortable position, and it will. Spike goes down.
Spike planted.
To do better here. Nats on his perspective now. Only one kill in that first half against FPX.
Yeah.
Wants to try and do a bit better here. He's already matched
there we go, Ryan. Step one. He's found one. Can he double his kill count as he now looks for Coldamenta? He sees him. Just a pixel from the back, and Coldamenta down. Now Trek's tasked with holding him from heaven. His teammate Leo's still alive. Very low in HP, and this time is starting to tick as well. Time getting low here for Mech. Nats into the clutch, trying to pull them into the 1v1.
אין מצב. וואו, אוקיי, אתה יודע שכתוב שזה.
In fact, it's a massive, and it is all Mech who go down. 3 players out of the play already.
אני רוצים להסטרים, רוצים לנצח, וואלה, כן, מסכים. בלגו, תודה רבה, יעזור, אחי, ברוך הבא.
Both of the players coming in towards his crosshair now. He's low, so he could be traded out here. Down to 6, but he'll handle it well. Redcar and Defo both hit the deck, and Leo with far Ryan. It has certainly been high octane, and I think that is going to be the turn we can.
Because this is on patch 4.04 and all of playoffs is going to be on this patch. Brimstone will still have 2. So today we found out he's going to get 1 in the future. He's going to get nerfed, but we get to appreciate the super buff version of Brimstone as the full rifle.
וואלה, ברימסטון קבל נרף, באמת. אמרו לי, שחקן טוב עשיתי, עוקב, מקווה שלא יתאכזר. סתם, ברוך הבא.
Certainly not a slow game so far, Ryan. It has certainly been high octane, and I think that is going to be the turn we can describe Valorant for the time being. Taking a bit of a slowdown here for Guild. They've lost 2 players now, and they've had to slow it right down as Guild start to figure out, is there a pathway back into this round?
Start of the rounds have been very fast-paced from Guild, trying to find the aggression, find the early frags, and safe now. He's out of the picture so far. Trex is double juice.
וואלה, האמת שזם, כל היום הסטרימים, כן.
Already used to try and scale and find information. And Tripwire ahead. Just picking up these orbs, getting Leo up on that rolling thunder as soon as possible. BX
players. Problem is they've got to go into Nats. Try and deal with him, but even before they get there, they have to deal with Chronicle, and they haven't dealt with him very well indeed. He's already found himself one. He pulls the attention away, sets up Nats for the swing out from tower, and now just called him into live shadows. Finds him a flawless round from Meg.
יאללה, זה אמור להתחיל כבר.
It is harder when you've got those smokes to deal with, when you've got that control to deal with.
דקה אני חוזר צ'אט, חייבים משהו לשתות.
You also have the Sage with the slows, you also have Solgas with his utility, and even though, you know, maybe in the eyes of Liquid, it should have been him stepping up. It was actually Yampe, I think, like he was just having a great of a map. We know that he can play a lot of agents. Breach is one of them, of course, but I think that they did a pretty good job on the defense. I wasn't that sure on the attack, though.
Yeah, I feel like can I actually jump to the telescope?
Go for it. Because go for it.
So when we talk about utility and the controls in the stage, I have a perfect clip for that. So let's take a look at the map. I'm gonna just showcase. You know, there are 3 lanes here: the mid, the A main, and B main. Right? Those are the 3 entrances to the map, to the defender's side of the map. And now pay attention to what Liquid will do on defense to stop every single one of those lanes from even like having any kind of impact at the beginning. And this, let's stop it right here and let's just zoom in. We're gonna zoom in first on B main. There's the one-way from Omen that is happening on the B main. Then we have Sage Wall on mid. And on the other side of the map, we have the Brimstone smoke just being used in thirst tempo very deep. Very, very deep to control the space alongside the breach stun. Alongside here, and they're typically also used with the aftershock. That's gonna be in another clip. But in general, like the way that Liquid approaches the map in the first second.
אני ממליץ לך רועי להתחיל את זה כמה שיותר מהר, כי אתה לא יודע כמה זה ישרת אותך. תנסה להתחיל את זה כמה שיותר מהר, ככה אתה מסיים עם זה גם. זה ישרת אותך ממש. אני באותו יום שהיה לי אופציה, עשיתי כבר תיאוריה. באותו שניה שהיה לי אופציה להתחיל שיעורי נהיגה התחלתי, באותו רגע שהיה לי את האופציה לטסט ואני הגשתי לטסט. מה הולך יאב? ערב טוב אח שלי.
And they're going to use abundance of utility just to control the space there. There's going to be a Sage Slow, there's going to be Painters as well, and then the one way to guarantee that this is used just, you know, just as a intimidation factor. They use it first as an intimidation factor, and then it's being sealed with that one way to control that space.
תפעיל את המצלמה כבר, 2 דקות בדיוק.
Omen Smoke is lasting 15 seconds. The cooldown on it, it's 30 seconds. So you can re-smoke that and just leave a 15-second gap. And then one more thing that
חרדות? וואלה, זה מוזר.
where G2 is essentially backstab by Team Liquid.
יש לי כדי סקשן כמית אהב בכדורסל היום, ואני לא הולך לשבת באמת סובב יותר טוב. אמת, אחי יקר. גם כדורסל זה משעמם. מלא כדורגל.
Because of the basic setup that Team Liquid has. It's the aftershock that from breach is affecting that chamber trap. It gets destroyed. They get backstabbed through sewers because of that, and you can see G2's adaptation in the next round, where the chamber trap is being put in a completely different position that is away from the aftershock.
Still, it wasn't enough for G2, and I think with Lothar, the point that he was trying to make is very important, and is that if you force the other team to literally quick react to something that they're going to see at the beginning of every round, you're preventing most pushes, because on the next round, you're not going to feel free to just, you know, engage onto B lobby and just be flashy with it, because you know that Team Liquid is using something at the beginning of every round. And to be completely honest, Team Liquid isn't reinventing the wheel here with what they are doing, right? And I think maybe we would have expected a bit more from G2 in that regard, because you know what they're going to do with that utility, but it also speaks to Team Liquid not reinventing the wheel, but playing the comp the way it's supposed to be played.
לא, עמי, כשמתחיל המשחק, אני מגביר את זה, מגביר אותם. שוב על החוצה של הדיזל.
But it seems like you don't understand that how do we approach that thing and what do we do to counter that, because you can't counter that utility usage with just a default positioning on the map. You need to be aggressive with your own utility and retake the space after those one ways being used or the smoke being dropped down.
The problem to me is that even though Liquid takes this win, and I think that they've done a good job working out the map and actually, you know, seeing what their composition is aiming towards, it didn't give me the feeling that they
זה מתחיל, וואלה, 3 דקות, משהו כזה, מאמין.
besides that this defensive part of the map and just in some rounds. So I want to see more development into this.
הם מדברים טיפה שטויות, ואז מתחילים למשחק.
It's a win, but it's still, I need more because I know that this lineup can give more.
Someone we've seen a lot from also in this first map immediately was Jumpe, who is always someone we watch on the side of Team Liquid. It was necessary, his breach is always great, but he is just one of the people that Team Liquid can always come to rely on, even when it's not that clean.
Yeah, exactly, and he's not going to be playing on the race on this map, but of course he's Jumpe. You know, it's the kind of things that he does. It doesn't matter what gun he's even playing. How much ADR did he have? Like
183.
Okay.
And that's a little bit, boosted by the aftershock, because he got a bit of those,
A lot of those.
A lot of those, but at the same time, 37% headshot rate, that showcases that he had a good match, right? I'm very happy to actually see Yampi perform on 2 agents, on Chamber and on Breach, because they benefit his play style when he's just being a little bit more aggressive. We couldn't see him on that kind of play style when he was, an example, playing Killjoy.
I think it's also a good example that we see him here on to playing that bridge and maybe, not being selfish and being like, I want to play the chamber because I know I can do it. I've seen other teams do it. No, he's adjusting to what the team needs and still performing.
Yeah, and I think that's something some other teams can maybe learn from, knowing, okay, hey, this is just a role I have to play right now. I don't know if it's apt for G2 as well. We'll leave that neither here nor there. Let's talk about the next match. We have the next map, rather. Now, after we got down from the desk before, Kukuka was like, yes, it's Icebox, let's go. Why are you so excited to see Icebox?
Because obviously it's our first day in patch 404, and I want to see the changes. I want to see, how EMEA is going to adapt. What are they going to do with the controllers? Got me an interview where he said, we got some things, we've been seeing how the controllers work. We've also seen, as I said, on NA, how the teams have been working out the compositions. We've seen...
איך קוראים למעצב שלך? אין לי מעצב רשמית, אבל יש לי אחד שמאוד מאוד עוזר לי, שזה אופ פורול, המתח שלנו היקר.
From these 2 teams, I would either way like to see Liquid playing the Jet. You too.
Yes, I mean, the fact that Liquid didn't play Jet on this map, as I said in pre-show, it's a very big flaw for showcases the flaw of the team, that they don't have a dedicated Jet player, and Icebox is a map that Jet kind of thrives on, but the thing is, there are bigger changes to be tackled than just the Jet. The layouts of the map are dictating a lot of change on the mid. You can be a lot more decisive when it comes to the pushes through underpass.
כן, זה קורה, רוי.
And also,
בגיל הזה זה קורה הרבה גם.
You don't have to play Viper, but if you
יש קושי שופטי שלו, אני אשלח לו הודעה, אני אברר אם זה בסדר ואז.
You don't have to play Viper if you just want to play Omen or Brimstone on this map, and I think both choices are actually viable.
Is there a chance we see a Neon?
I mean, it's Liquid, so there's always a chance. Why not?
Yeah.
We don't see the Jet. I mean,
you want to see it?
Rather than Neon, I would rather see
the chance exists. Okay, maybe it's not a big chance, but it's still there. And talking about results a little bit, before that loss against Mech that Liquid had on that first week, they were actually performing pretty good last year. And on the side of G2, I think that they've been doing, except against Fnatic, I think, but it's just Fnatic and Icebox as well. I think that they've had a good run, so that is why I'm so excited for this match.
אייסבוקס אני אוהב לראות. הנה, תקשיבו טוב, אם סקרים לא משחק באייסבוקס דואליסט, אמן שג'יטו יעשו להם 13-0, אמן.
Yes, and I would love for the Yuri to come out.
אם הוא משחק סייג' או קאיו, אני וואי.
The role that is needed on a map like Icebox, but you said you need to sink so many hours into it to make it work well. Are we going to get
יבוט, סוף סוף.
Probably not.
פרק להם את הראשים עכשיו.
ג'ט,
ברוך השם. סוף סוף.
They're not playing Jet. Are you okay, Lothar?
I
think that Carlos is going to tweet at you again. Are you sure?
What is going on here? G2 with no...
ברוך השם, חברים, הגיע הזמן. יאללה, ליקוויד.
At the same time...
יאללה, ליקוויד.
Icebox defense for G2, if they ever push out...
יואו, כבר באתי לקלל. באתי להביא קללות פה.
Very stable, like groundwork being done on the defense, just not to like push too much and just control it with Maxwell's positioning, aggressive positioning, and teleporting out. It's crazy what I'm witnessing here today.
I'm so surprised, of course, there's no Sage on the side of Team Liquid. It's got to be Nivera just picking on that chamber. We're going to see Yampi playing on the Omen. Maybe I would have gone from, you know, the Omen and letting Nivera play the... But, you know, I'm not Sliggy, so he doesn't.
I just wanted to say
something quickly. מלא רוח. לא יודע איך הוא לא יכול לשחק, לא יודע למה הוא משחק דוד. הוא לא דואליסט פשוט.
That is super exciting. It's time to get into that second map on Icebox, and it is this time, I'll get it correct, with Dinko and Ryan.
וואלה, ברוך השם, אז ככה אתה.
How great would it be if it was Tansy and Hypok just showing up on the camera, Ryan? I would love that. But you know, we're hopping into this crazy Agents Alike. One word for you, Ryan. How excited are you? No words. No words. Ryan is speechless. Well, we'll let the game do the talking. We'll be right back in just a little bit to kick off Icebox.
היידה נדי. ערב טוב אח. אהבתי, אהב.
Team Liquid versus G2 on Icebox. These two teams.
סליבן, אח שלי, נו דואליסט מטה, וואלה, יש להם קטע כזה, יש להם. אבל סקרים הוא איך פרק להם את הפרצוף. וואלה, ברוך השם, סליבן, איך אתה? סקרים הולך לפרק להם את הפרצוף.
Yeah, new Icebox. Yeah, we should have brought out the Pansy Hypok just to bamboozle them, just to really show shocks how mental EMEA is.
We just switch caster pairs in the middle of a best of 3.
זה באמת עושה אפקט.
Yeah, would be mental.
So we've only seen new Icebox, I think, twice in North America, like the Guards, Luminosity, Sentinels all playing it. Now we get a good look at what EMEA is doing. No Sage for G2.
לא, אני מעדיף just מאשר אין, מעדיף.
How are they going to approach it? They've got the chamber and this new look on yellow sets up Nevera for the...
לא, היום אני אוהב את סקרים מסיבה אחת, שוואלה הוא דואליסט.
That is filth.
טוב, ניברה.
He's going to double dip and comes away with 2 on the headhunters. Scream now spots 1 down below him.
בכלל שרואים משחקים דואליסט? כן, הוא זוכר משחקים דואליסט.
The headshot brothers in action in the pistol. They'll find the first for Team Liquid. You know, I was a little disappointed. You know, we're wanting to see a little bit of Yoru.
חברים, כל מי שכאן, אם עוד לא שמתם לייק, שימו לייק.
Expressing his desire. Link was teasing us for a good bit, Ryan, on that Yoru and the agent select.
What was their hover? It was Yoru, Neon.
I think he had a double Yoru hover, though, Ryan. I think Nevera was like trolling a little bit too.
Liquid are so out there. There's no like hero lock. You could just play 5 Euros.
Now that would be a disaster.
It's like replication.
Yeah.
Like Liquid have just been scrimming replication for the past 3 weeks.
That would be an absolute disaster. 5 Euros, and then you just decoy out, and you would fake out, and you would just have like 10 Euros on the server. Now that would be crazy.
A lot of them.
Let's buy for G2.
לא, אבל בתחרותי אין בעיה, בתחרותי מעדיף ג'ט על ריינה. ברנקד ברור, רק ריינה באייסבוקס, אבל בתחרותי קל שג'ט.
Yampy nearly punishes him for that, but able to get it done. So luckily, G2 will keep 5 players up early.
So the Omen's really interesting because before Icebox was changed back in Masters 3 actually, so it was quite a while ago, and it was the composition.
אני מלך הוואן וויי, מומר. מלך הוואן וויי.
It was the one loss that they had at that international event.
לא תורם $4 כמו שהבטיח על כל לייק, חברים, תודה רבה יניב.
Of all people, but it is just that you have this smaller gap that you can actually smoke over towards that B site. We'll see a lot more of it on the defense, but these one ways are so impactful nowadays.
אני מרגיש כאילו סקיר הולך לסגור פה איזה 30 קלים.
Angle alongside Soulcast, and again, it's difficult for Nukia to actually peek through this.
Well, Soulcast is just going to hold it instead. Yampy now looks under the one-way, passes the information over to Soulcast. He can deal with that. Soulcast certainly will deal with the G2 players. He takes 3, and Yampy closes with the 4th. Team Liquid now have 2 in a row. And for G2, you know, being a map down, it is a worrying start for them on the attacking side, not to find the pistol in the follow-up. They could change that by picking up this gun round up against the bonus, which they should on paper. They lose this, though, Ryan. Pretty rough spot for G2.
The attacking side has left a lot to be desired on split. And here, I think this is just really at this point, G2 having to feel it out. An early timeout might be required just to adjust to what Liquid are doing on this defense. But right now, nobody playing towards B. In fact, giving it up near enough completely. A lot of central focus.
towards
Kitching and towards Orange.
Cover going out.
The Aldron, it makes the one-way a lot harder. And even the Paranoia is dedicated out. Like, that one flash that they have.
למה הפלאש אבל לא הבנתי.
And to stop these, again, fast hits that G2 did so well against the likes of Guild beforehand.
Well, Yampy wrapping around the backside, trying to catch them looking the wrong way, but you can't catch Hoodie sleeping. He's quick to the headshot, but so is Soulcast. The Bulldog has a bite. And none of Heroes Headhunters come through with a follow-up. It's just Meadow and Avova. And they're trying to recover this. Meadow, that's quick on the transfer up, and he goes for 3. Oh, lovely stuff from Meadow to recover that round for G2.
לעשות בליינד לדרון, אבל תהרוס אותו. ברגע שרצים אליך, שים להם בליינד, כאילו. זה הרבה יותר אפקטיבי.
Again, like Lothar said on the desk, it's worrying that it kind of comes down to those moments for G2. How
זה מטומטם לשים בליינד לדרון, כאילו.
I guess that's G2's brand. Ignore me. It's just what they do, isn't it? They just clutch out and send stupid rounds. But it's... You also have to bear in mind, one thing that's worth highlighting as well for the desk. Liquid were one of the first teams to get all 5 of their games done in the group stages. So they've had a lot more time to scrim on 4.04 than, say, Mech and FBX that weren't confirmed to be in playoffs until the final day. And Fnatic Guild, they were trying to work out who's going to be the top seed in their group, so they're still pracking on the old climb. So Liquid, they got done early. They could have also not qualified for playoffs, but it's clear that they've been swimming on the new patch more than anybody else, and they've had a lot of different ideas.
כל האביליטי זה, אני לא מבין את זה, בשנייה.
Held back for now. They're up. Drops down another. G2 are really not in a great spot now.
לאחרונה היה בחריף, כן. משתפר ממש.
Maybe limped is probably a more apt term, but now you're down 2 plays as soon as you go up against the rifles. If G2 go out like this, it's a pretty worrying sign to start things off.
אני לא מבין מה זה הקומפ של G2 אבל.
They're going to start dropping back out of A. Okay.
Feels like G2 don't want to go B.
כאילו זה קומפ מאוד טקטי, אבל...
All of the Omen smokes, the
אני לא אוהב בידואליסט, באייסבוקס במיוחד כאילו.
Liquid have put so much of their utility leaning towards A. They know that G2 didn't go B at all, really, that much.
Link is so cool. Like, he doesn't care that, you know, he fumbles the first,
the
second kill, rather.
One top.
He just stays in the same spot. Nice, cool under pressure. A little tap for the second. Now Mixwell on B4 gets caught by Screamer. That is a very important statement for Team Liquid to make. As soon as they pull the rifles, it's that sleeper versus G2, right? There's not much done there. There's not much competition in that round at all.
No. Ooh, it is worrying for G2, I suppose, for the most part.
Left.
And they're very, very good over towards the A site. Like, a lot of plants, only 5 defuses total. And a lot of the failures, their problems is not getting the spike planted. It's not too bad towards B, it's just a fraction and much less when it comes to the win. So yeah, G2, this is the right kind of round.
כי FBX עשו את זה מאוד טוב, אבל FBX שיחקו עם קומפ אחר. בלי דואליסט, אבל מאוד מאוד טקטי. ו-G2 זה לא נראה כאילו הם חייב שזה.
more freedom to go B. If you keep trying to go A quickly, there's too much utility from Liquid there to slow you down.
הם סקינים מסריחים, אני לא יודע למה גם.
Link did so well.
הפנטום שלו הכי מסריח בעולם. מינימום הפנטום הזה.
That liberal side of just being able to throw out a paranoia, 300 credit paranoia to stop, I guess, a 300 credit Aldron from getting any real information to work or scale off. G2 are really going to struggle to go A at this point. But judging off the pings and everything there, still seems that they're going to try. They were pinging towards sort of that elbow, that Tetris maze position where Yampy is right now. And Liquid, actually towards Belt, they're going to check this bottom right-hand corner, basically where all of these G2 players are culminated. I think there's a note posted up there.
You want to play? Let's play.
That's probably a good call here. Let's try and attack this A site. You have got Mixwell in the back lines of that tour de force trying to help his team in some of these longer range fights. Hasn't really found too much yet. Investing everything to try and get this one done. They start to move forward. Screamer's taking down Avova, suing out from Hoodie, trying to make something happen to this, but they've been forced further and further back, and that has given G2 they've done a very good job at just alleviating the defense, and now they can put the spike down. Problem is, now the difficult part comes, you've got to hold on to that spike.
Mixwell still has that tour de force, isn't planning to back out. In fact, he's trying to find a more aggressive angle.
At this point, right? He has to be the player that is the step up. Has to be the player that delivers this round. Paranoia catches him. So much impact out of that. Yankees created that space forward that allows the pass into the site. Meadows got one.
זה פשוט יפה, כן, אחי, דגמחים זה יושב יפה גם על הגוף.
And it's found Scream. This time is starting to tick. G2, they still have a shot at winning this over the ropes. Navarra goes and finally taken off. Link is holding it, sticking it all the way through, and Soul Class has cleaned up the last player. Luckily, onto the defuse, it is Liquid who will take fourth. And G2, they come painstakingly close to pulling that one off, but not enough done to really get it over the line.
G2 timeout, 2 ultimates. Lockdown Meadows pretty much halfway to having another one with the kills that he got towards the end. Nothing needed for Liquid, just a straightforward retake. They even predicted that Mixwell would be on an aggressive angle with that tour de force. They paranoid the perfect position, and this might be the most useful bit of utility. Like, I mean, people forget how good Paranoia is, but for this series today, the Omen Paranoias have been so decisive and so impactful.
So much impact, you know, Link obviously.
Yep, he's got the up now. Omen upper.
Yes. Everyone's favorite combo.
They could triple up. Oh my god, they could triple up.
They could. Yappy unfortunately not getting anything out of it. Has to drop back.
וואלה, הדגמחים של הריפלי נדירים, יאב. נדירים.
It's his way through. Gets spotted by the drone, and now they know how close they really are here. Wall goes up. They can't really contest for that here. So 100 Fury going through, that'll certainly contest. Scream goes up the Blade Storm. You come away with one. Gets caught in the air. And that's going to be Nukia removing Scream from the round. Soulcast, it has replied. And yes, exactly right. They haven't planted the spike yet. Now they commit to it. In the meantime, Link has taken down 2 players and verifies the last. So Team Liquid on to 5.
Liquid לא יכולים להפסיד שוג'ט. אז פשוט לא עשה כלום בראונד הזה, חוץ מלהשיג את ה... היה צלו, הוא השיג את האנטרי, אבל עזור, שאי לנצח אותו שוג'ט. מעניין, גם יפים, אבל ריפלי יש להם דגמחים מטורפים. מטורפים. שט, אם עוד לא שמתי לייק, בוא ננסה להגיע ל-100 לייקים, שט. 16 לייקים ל-100.
And like this composition, I think on the side of Liquid, has been used by the guard, it has been used by Sentinel. This isn't Sliggy thinking of something completely different, something completely new. That's more on the side of G2. That's
עמית, ערב טוב אח שלי.
Liquid, no,
ערב טוב.
they've opted into what the guard are playing at the moment. A few more series, they might be facing up against them at Reykjavik.
That would be pretty cool to see.
דגמחים בריפלי כן יש להם.
Have shown us before time and time again that the mixture of the concoctions of agent selections deliver some exciting times and can often make it work.
Trap destroyed.
Trap destroyed. G2 is still trying to hit B. Trying to butt their head the whole way through, but the problem is here, Team Liquid have rotated a lot of players over.
חברים, תכף תלכו לטאמנל ותגידו לי איך הוא, תכף זה ישתנה.
But they're not really going to try and crunch. They still have all of this mid control as well. They are just waiting to see what G2 could do.
מי שלא שם לייק זה בן.
Especially without a Sage. I know this is new Icebox, but you're playing on hard mode if you're playing without a Sage here.
מה קרה, חסקרים?
It's a real rough spot to be in Evolva. He's going to put that spike down, no problem. Good kill from Soulcast that rips away Hoodie from play. Viper's pit being popped here for G2.
I'll
try and get this one all over the line. And for this point, Team Liquid just setting up behind it. They've sent up their Viper's pit as well. And the lockdown's coming in from G2. They're investing everything they can into this.
וואי, ריטק מאוחר. וואי, ריטק מעניין האמת.
To get them out of that Viper's pit, of course, still in it. So try and get back into the mix. Just so much going on inside of the
וואלה, באמא שלי עמית, אחד היפים, אחי.
אתה תודה חל. The team with the pressure on their shoulders to get back in and claim control of the side again. Problem is, there's not much time left now. And Soulcast around the back side. He's taken down Mixwell. They're all so low, and Meadows lined them up. The time is too far gone. And Liquid, no winning this one. It's a great round for G2 to win, but a lot invested into getting it over the line. A Thrifty nonetheless picked up, and G2 with 2.
2 big ultimates too. Yep. On a round that, despite G2 not really having the economy, they still really need to win it. The dedication of the lockdown, Also, the Viper's Pit really says it all, right? And excuse me, I was thinking that G2 were the ones playing without Sage. Of course, that's Liquid, who don't really feel like they're missing it. However, we need to really see how that works on the attacking side, because even with the rework of the map and even with Sage, it still felt it was a slog for Hoodie to get onto that site. Now G2 are starting to move over towards B. And trying to scale it out with the Eldron, coming through the brand new entrance on this right-hand side is going to force Nevera away. The operator in the last round, but had to really get out of there whilst he was put under that initial pressure. And Shockdart's trying to clear up this chamber utility. Does get that rendezvous, so they're going to catch that, but there is still a trademark there.
מה הם עושים? האמת, G2.
G2 just slowed now. Don't mind taking the time. Just trying to get their way closer and closer to the site. Eventually they will get on towards it. You can see Team Liquid at the ready. They've
found my trap.
Got a good telegraph that this might be coming in towards this B site. Soulcast looking to confirm that, but with this drone hasn't spotted any information. Finally gets info on one. Was never able to find Mixwell in that close position. So Nevera, if he goes too wide, Toxic screen is going to go up, allowing G2 to move forward. 30 seconds left. Oh, tie up. Nevera trying to get in to deny it. Spike will not go down. It's in the open. It's loose. It has to be recovered again here. This is getting rough for G2. 20 seconds left. Hole in that wall. And luckily, just about they get it through. Mid shot.
Yo, the
Paranoia is going to connect onto 2 as well, so Yampi's allowed a bit more space. Lambot is good to sort of keep him at bay, but the dash has to come in. Scream's on the top of yellow.
He is indeed. Scream has to get a lot done here. He's so close to finding that second. He knows if Over is right there. He spotted him. Soulcast helping him out. Up he goes. The up. Does it in style. What a
זה מה שקורה שהוא ג'ט. זה מה שקורה שהוא ג'ט. איזה חולה.
This is why it's nice to see Scream playing on that jet. You don't have to have him on that op roll. You could just give that to Nevera on the chamber. He's still allowed to be that hard entry, finding those jewels, closing in that space, because G2, you could tell with their whole setup just trying to keep Liquid away as much as possible.
Hello,
close that distance, he can take those fights. More than happy to do it. Great observing as well from Singer and Zilv today. You know, other than, you know, the Rust perspective that one time, which purely blaming Zilv for.
Yeah, definitely Zilv. You know, there's no bugs that exist at all that could have done that. Only Zilv.
And Liquid don't even need to like crunch in behind me. That they can just wrap around. It's just a turret there that's watching. Now Liquid throwing a bit more utility in different positions. One way is going to make it.
Liquid.
And it is an eco for GT.
Team Liquid 13-5 גם, אני חייב יותר מזה. 13-5 גג.
Very little buy. It's just based off what ultimates they have. Hunter's Fury, Resurrection. Hoodie, I think, is like 1 and 8 at this point too. He's been really struggling, not only to get kills, but to get the spike planted with that wall.
Well, they cross. Toxic Scream will keep them up for now. Mixwell damaged on the way there. You know what the story was for us, Ryan, at the beginning of this was G2 like to go A. Now G2 just relentless at this B-side attack now. Soulcast is dodging this like he's learned the moveset. Dodging out the Hunter's Fury. And now 35 seconds left. G2 look to encroach the site. Numbers now for Team Liquid starting to make their way over here, and Soulcast finally gets a reward for his close spray downs. Nevera's come in. Soulcast goes out for more, but it's a couple of sheriff shots. The headhunter from Nevera closes. Team Liquid just getting the players rotated over is enough to get these over the line at this point. It feels like shooting gallery for Team Liquid.
High verticality seems that it's going to be a lot more in use as well over towards that B site. Nevera with that operator just up on high ground, being able to sort of peek through, peek out. A lot more space it feels to work with. Now round number 10, G2, this could be a real torrent attack. They'll get their act together. They've been farming up some ultimates, but yet again, they've not got a Viper's Pit to rely on. Be good to even just get that lockdown available on the side of G2. Liquid last round it was just some one-way setup towards B. Now it's a little bit of a crossfire setup. Eldron is going to be used towards that B site. Meadow scaling, but not expecting Scream to be this close.
Team Liquid off to like flyer with Scream.
פה 1-0 לליקוויד.
They're allowed to do that though because there's been no pressure from G2 in mid.
Yeah.
This is the furthest I think they've got.
Oh, Link prevents them from going any further. Now they got to use that res to get Meadow back up, and Hunter's Fury's being used up immediately. Oh, Meadow, is he long for the world? He will be able to stay up. And they continue their attack forward. Navarra,
סוף הוא שם פלאש טוב.
difficult position to get out of with that operator. Ends up getting caught in an awkward spot, and that's given G2 2 kills. Wall is still good enough. And it's going to get Hoodie off with a panic at least, but for the time being, it's looking good for G2 as Screams decide to come over and cut these numbers down a little bit. He has done well to take
לא
out
משחק
Mixwell.
פנטום, בוא'נה איזה חולה. מה זה הדשוטים האלה, היא המכונה. איזה הפעם ראשונה ספליט.
Hoping to catch D2, trying to aggress and take more space, but no, they backed off. They have some post-plant utility, but not an awful lot. That's the last nanoswarm to go down.
Link and Yampy 2v3 right now. G2 holding the advantage of over to the headshot. Yampy swings out. He's alone in the world here, and G2 finally fight their way forward to a third. And it didn't really look so great for them. They lost those first 2 picks, Ryan, but they're still able to pull it off.
Felt like they wanted
Like a hole in the shit.
position. They find that early kill. They actually go down into a 4 versus 5 because Screams pushed up all the way on A. Then a Resurrect comes in. What was it? Like a 3v5 that they ended up winning in the end?
Yeah.
Maybe a 4v5 because of the Resurrect coming in. In any case, it was an early round disaster for G2, but the fact that they turn it around,
I mean,
shows that there might be a bit more life for these A
it was a
executes.
3v5 until the rest, right? And even at that point,
Yampy.
Here goes Yampy. Spots the little cap, the little hat of Meadow poking up above the wall. Can't do much about it though.
2 ops.
Yeah. Double op setup. Navarra and Yampy.
And they're both on A.
And none of them are jet.
Yeah.
Let's see if they're able to get.
I mean, especially with that, like, new yellow box over on B.
like מאה זה נסלח שהזכרתי.
Even with a phantom from that distance.
מה זה DM Deathmatch?
Could be good.
בהצלחה בלייב, אני
Alden's
לא
going to be used to
סגור
scouting.
רוי.
Information gets nothing, so Liquid, they're going to be expecting this. It's just how these 2 operators do. They're pretty much lined up as well, watching various angles.
How is this going to go? You know, Liquid always bring us some interesting rounds, that's for sure, but let's see. Navarro's good for 1. Can quickly reposition. Yampy.
אפשר להעיף נשק כזה מהמשחק בבקשה? אפשר להוציא אותו מהמשחק? חלום שלי. זה נשק מסריח בספר תורה.
They didn't get the plant down, they will. Shock darts going in to just try and tickle some damage off of them, but it doesn't do significant damage at all. So held back and into the open they go, and crossed into the open at your own peril as Yampy finds a follow-up kill here for Team Liquid. Now they
איפה סקרים? הוא עדיין בבי.
very quick shot up onto Navarra. That's one of the ops gone.
אופרטור כן עובד.
Now 4 versus 3. Mixwell gets aggressive again, a more advanced setup. His teammates doing well. In fact, Nuke is taken down too. Yampy and Soulcast out of play, and it's weakened this retake again for Team Liquid. Mixwell's found another, and it's just Scream. He's in the smoke, he's in chaos, and Mixwell.
למה אתה משחק קופה? כל דמות משחק צ'אמבר או ג'ט. קודם כל ג'ט הוא לא יכול לשחק כי יש לך את סקרים בקבוצה. אז הוא לא יכול לשחק ג'ט. דבר שני, גם ניברה הוואפר. יש להם בקבוצה 2 הוואפרים, ניברה ויאמפי. אז יאמפי יודע לשחק יותר דמויות מניברה כנראה, אז הוא משחק יותר דמויות בהוואפ. וניברה יותר הדמויות של הסנטינל, של הצ'אמבר הוואפ, אם זה קילג'וי באסנט וכאלה.
Really keeping his team in it. If
יש להם 2 וואפרים.
been having with that tour de force, with that ultimate, even in split, the multi-kills that he was able to pull together, he's getting a lot done. And of course, if you know that you're playing up against these operators and getting a plant in, it's quite difficult to plant in with just 1 operator, never mind 2. The G2 know that if they just want to get the plant in, their post plants have been pretty good, not only with utility, but holding the various different angles. And with no Sage as well on the defense, you don't have these anti-plant walls where you can just stick the wall up in between you and the attackers that have post-plant utility and just defuse. Every time for Liquid, it's out in the open. If they want to defuse the spike, G2 are going to make them out in the open. And Mixwell is very easy for him to find those sitting ducks, but now the tour de force is in the hands of Navarra. What is going to be...
כן, עומר, אבל הוא היה שחקן פה של CS, אז...
They called a timeout specifically for this round even. They don't really have all that much money to work with either. It's not like they're running double operators.
Link throwing up the Viper's pit. I think he solves the problem towards the side of things. G2 have been figuring out how to get towards that plant spot time and time again. They've sent in the lockdown. Scream can actually play outside of the lockdown, they know that, so they sent the snake bite in at the perfect time and nearly trying to catch him. Scream...
Oh, كمل ניתן.
I think he just did.
No. He
didn't.
Okay, he just got out. It looked like he walked back into it.
But
he's going to walk forward anyway. Finds the head of a Vova. Wall is up right now. And they're going to try and wrap around. It's the exact same setup. This time a gap for Soulcast to play with. And that is Hoodie, the victim of the Spectre. Now an advantage for Team Liquid. They've been here before, though. They've had advantages in these situations, but somehow, some way, G2 always find their way back into it. It was Mixwell, the player that did it in the last, but now it's Meadow that has to clutch it out, and he's so damn close. But Yampy is just a stretch too far, just an extra player that gets Team Liquid their 8th round in this first half.
Team Ace.
It could be a pivotal round, right? Liquid clearly put a lot of stock into it to call a timeout. Even just having a player. I think it must have been the Viper, right? We saw Link in the Viper's pit getting locked and detained, but because of the way the Liquid were holding it, how quick they were to retake that space that they lost off the back of their lockdown, made it difficult. But again, you could sort of see what G2 are trying to do. Those spike plants, they're out in those positions. They're really punishing the lack of Sage on the side of Liquid. Sage feels much more important there, especially if you want to plant towards B. Instead, they've opted in for the Omen. What kind of gaps are they going to go for here? What kind of tech are we going to see out of them? Again, it's a composition that some other teams have used, certainly towards North America, Guard versus Sentinels, for example. But it's Liquid. They like to add their own spin onto it. I'm really excited to see what they have to add.
And we'll see if they have any spicy plays for us in this pistol. Team Liquid about to walk into 4 players on the Zay side. G2 have the read here. Let's see if this is going to be enough to hold off the Team Liquid attack. Starting to go their way through. No openings yet found until that point. Hoodie does claim the head of Scream. So Team Liquid down a player. Significant player at that. Yampy dives into the smoke, and that's going to cost him. Yuki to the headshot. And now a minute left, they're starting to run away. There's currently a player here though, that is Vova. That's the only player, so if they can take him down quickly, might be able to get into the site before this rotation really there, but that early information picked up for Vova should be enough.
Yeah, classic armor. Scream died with a sheriff as well. I don't know if Hoodie's picked it up, but he's got one handy. It's just classics on the side of Liquid to make this work. Even planting the spike at this point could be interesting. But Link's actually maybe beating the timing here. Is Vova going to expect him on this corner?
Well, a plant at least for Team Liquid. And yes, that new corner right now that they're playing, they've got to clear that. They've got to check it. Link will be cleared out. Novera also hits the deck, so it's all onto Soulcast. So 1 versus 5. I think the best thing Team Liquid are going to get in this round is the spike plant, maybe even a kill on the way out here for Soulcast, but he's had to let that one take on by, and not even a kill will come through that. So Soulcast goes down. At 5, it is G2 who will win a very important round at the start of the second half, Ryan.
It's interesting, isn't it, really? Well, Liquid, how much of this new map is a Sage pivotal? And it's going to be curious to see how that utility comes in from EMP. Basically at the end of the toxic screen for Team Liquid over on that B site, right in that corner. But if G2 are going to play that close to stop the spike going in, it's going to be a challenge. You could already see that G2 is trying to lean into that as much as possible, fighting for the site, not willing to get sectioned off for it. And Scream now having another sheriff. See if we can do a little bit better than the last round.
No charges. Shadows traveling.
Starting to make their way up. Team Liquid just trying to see if there is
EMP רב שם עם אלארם בוט באיזה 5 דקות.
Vova is held for Novera, who's come through right into his crosshair. That's a good kill to find here early. Nuka getting involved. Oh, they've lined up. Vova will happily take those 3. And now just Link pinned back with a classic Meadow hunts him down. No mercy given to the Team Liquid side as G2 now takes 6. They do lose Nuka on the way out, but not not too bad at all. Have you noticed any changes today, Ryan, with the latest patch coming in? What's the most significant change you've noticed?
I think just the tempo and the speed that the game's played at. I don't think we've really seen enough of Icebox at the pro level on the new patch to make too much of a gauge, and I guess. But I do think another thing to call out is Meadow not only must kills on his team tied with Mixwell, but that Killjoy, the utility that's being used, the nanoswarm in that corner to stop anybody trying to like execute on A. You got the chamber utility trademark placed with the rendezvous over towards B. And also that alarm bot gets put in mid. I don't know if Meadow's about to do it now, but yeah, this is a smoke that gets put into mid from Yampy. He's going to look through kitchen. Meadow's happy to put the alarm bot right in the center of it. G2 have a lot of information on what Liquid want to do, just off of the sentinel utility.
Drones going out. Slower pace round this time. Oh, Yampy. Not a position you envy him.
איזה באסה, התחיל בונוס ראונד 40 HP. איזה באסה בכלל, וואו.
Nukia was hunting him down the moment Yampy destroyed a little trap up towards the top of the tube at the start of the round, so it does get hunted down immediately. Now the advantage for G2. Scream has taken down his teammate. Now they know where Hoodie is. This could be a problem for Hoodie. He could be split from two sides. He has to rely on his teammate, and that's exactly what's going to work out. Nukia's come in with 3 on the Sheriff, and now suddenly a 2v2 established. G2 with weaker guns. They're doing a lot of damage to Team Liquid right now, and he might...
שי נראה עצוב, לא, שי נראה עייף, אחי. אתה מתבלבל. נראה עייף.
Such an important kill to get. Even just the timing of putting a toxic screen up just as Link was about to sneak on through.
אין מצב שהוא בודק את וייפר, אין מצב שהוא בודק את וייפר.
אוקיי, למה? Just gonna go in. Vova's on the angle, uses that vulnerability perfectly. And now G2 very much back into this.
וואלה, אני גם מחכה כבר לטורניר.
Right, that's the bonus round, that's the economy established now, that's Team Liquid. Kind of off to a very slow start on this attacking side. They're gonna have to concede another.
וואי, עשיתי היום אספרסו בבוקר וזהו, אחי. פשוט זהו.
On the more difficult side,
זה מדבר את הכוכבות של הארץ.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in here for Liquid. Or rather, you know, we're still in a situation right now where it's still very difficult for both sides, obviously, but Team Liquid have got a pro. This attacking side is going to be fantastic.
Yeah. Really for G2, it's a normal composition.
אם כבר ראיתי רדיאנט גט, כן. איזה כמה עונות.
Onto the chamber instead of Jet. And that's something that I've been wanting to see, right? Because Mixwell's such a good chamber, it seems to make a lot of sense for him. But I think Killjoy is too good of an agent right now. Navera making the
איך הוא השיג את הקיל הזה? אני לא מבין מה קורה במשחק הזה, באלוהים.
By playing an agent like that.
כן, אתה.
And it's the way as well that we're seeing the chamber of Mixwell playing off of Hoodie with some of these like trap plays for each other. Mixwell's not been spotted, but he can TP out if he wants.
Meadow going to take down Yampy, trades out the numbers to 4v4 in 55 seconds now as Mixwell holds. Scream crosses into him, and Scream is lightning fast to that headshot and somehow even quicker to the head of Avova. It's now just Meadow and Nukia left, and this is a really strong response from Scream. If they can close this round, this gets Team Liquid into contention again. This was a round that looked a little scary, a little up in the air as to where the result of this one was going to go, but now Nukia shoved into the clutch. Now we talk about this guy really being the star of the show for G2, being able to be that consistent friday.
וואלה, עמי, אתה חייב לעשות לכושר, אחי. אני חייב לעשות לכושר. דחוף.
Navera's low as well. Still doable.
באמת חזקים, ליקוויד. קל.
And we'll start to tick very quickly at this point. Nukia starts to charge back in. Recon bot, position them, both players know, but it's the problem of dealing with this, of dealing with their positions, of splitting them up, and that's exactly what Nukia has done. He goes to the defuse with the time. It's the factor we talked about. Has he got enough of it? He won't. And that is not going to be enough for G2 to take their 8th round and tie the score. Just enough was done by Scream to crack open 9 for Team Liquid.
Nukia knew what the play was going to be, just to peek out from Navera.
וואלה, לא יודע, יוסף.
אין לי שם סיימת. Just a transfer, right? Both headshots, it didn't need to be that much onto Navera.
לכן חברים, אני הולך להביא קפה, אני.
Liquid need to keep control of this one.
In terms of the map, obviously we talk about Icebox traditionally being attack-sided. Ryan, right? You look at the map now. Do you feel like changes affect that in any way, shape, or form?
It's hard to know because both these teams are struggling with each other's adaptations, right?
Yeah.
Like even on Split, it's the same story. Just the defensive side's looking so much stronger, and the attackers. I think Tom tweeted out saying that it's more of a response to the others. But for Liquid, you still sort of fancy them just because this is a bit more of a tried and tested comp. But G2, it's not too far out of what people have been playing recently, right? Killjoy and the Sage and the Silver is still going to act in the same way. Viper's still a prominent pick. It is just that you have a Chamber instead of a Jet. At the very least, the new additions and changes to the maps mean that we have different comps being ran for different styles as opposed to just the one. So you love to see it, right?
Yeah.
Team Liquid are trying to like push into mid, see if they can fight, catch on to Meadow, who's put a lot of utility into that spot. Breaking the turret's really not going to help things. And Hoodie is yet again being pulled into the fight, and he is in a position where he might not be able to be
35
traded.
seconds left. Because they got a Viper's pit on A, they can lean those extra players over to this side of the map. Yampy is going to get one from his play on top of the Tube. Link's inside of it. He will go down to Meadow. Soulcast trades it out. Here comes that 100 Fury from Nuka. Stunning bit of damage, but no kill. Meadow has taken Soulcast. So Scream and Navira into the 3v2. Scream's taking a bit more of a risk because he knows he's down a player here. That Toxic Green's going to give him a bit of cover on the left side, but oh, so quick to the trigger. Nuka ready for the right side of peak, and he just takes him down out of the sky. Navira misses the shot, and with that now in a very difficult position because that defuse is coming through. He can't do much about it.
He's just saving.
He has to back off to save the operator. G2 with the retake, and Nuka, he's starting to have some impact now, Ryan, and this is getting scary for Team Liquid if he's able to show up.
I was worried that Hoodie was just going to get caught in no man's land, but the way that him and I think Mix will play off of each other just to trade out means that initial mid pressure that comes in for Liquid just doesn't really find all that much. And G2, this was their pick, and they were good at it. But it has changed a lot as this map, as well as the meta. Prominent agents not being as strong, certainly when you look towards Viper. But not only both these teams, but a lot of the other different teams still dedicating to these agents. The only one that we've not really seen that much is Astra, to be fair. Just wonder what Sliggy's saying now, what the adjustment's going to be.
Cook something up right now because Team Liquid are... Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, really, in terms of both teams just having to play an adaptation game. And right now we're getting into the... Oh, that is freaky. Yeah, I mean, we're in this sticky time now where Team Liquid have really got to adapt to the situation. G2, yes, behind, but may just be about to snatch control of that driver's seat. The last round that Team Liquid won on the attacking side was a Scream pop-off. Now, can you do that again? I don't know. I would love to see something a little bit more sustainable from Team Liquid here.
See what they can do, what the adaption's going to be. So far, it's the straightforward stuff that they've been doing. This time a Sage Wall from Hoodie straight away. Stopping any lurks from going through. And double trademark towards B main. They're just sticking bodies in mid, not using utility like a turret. They're actually putting it all on the extremities. All of Chamber on B, all of Killjoy on A. They really expect that Liquid, after this timeout, are just going to full exec onto one of their sites, and they're very much prepped either way.
להגיד לך, שהקבוצה שלך כרגע, אני לא יכול לפרט יותר מדי בכלל, זקן. וואלה, אתה מפעיל את הג'ט מעולה, עמית, קודם כל. אתה צריך לקבל צל"ש על זה. ואני לא יכול לפרט כרגע כלום, זקן. וואלה, כן, לוטם. מה שהיה היום זה היה... וואלה, באמת זווה. באמת זווה.
Started to try and cancel out the position of Evolver, but they haven't been able to force him away from his comfort corner at all. And now Yampy's late play up middle has not worked out at all. Hoodie is ready for it. And Yampy unable to take the kill. So now Team Liquid in a difficult...
מה, עומר, אני לא יכול לפרגן למישהו בלי לפרגן לך גם? וואלה, עומר, את מטורפת, שתדעי לך.
It's going to be difficult because you still got Evolver in that corner. You've got Hoodie up towards heaven and Meadow in below him. You really have to start cleaning up now. 15 seconds left. Hoodie trades out onto Navarra. And Avova's position, getting it in the mix. It doesn't even matter because Hoodie's taking
מה זה? רוצה לפרגן לעמית. צריך להביא שתי פרגונים.
It is pretty clean that from G2 just losing one player as they now tie the scoreline.
Just that constant pressure over on the site. Just
מודית מספר 1.
he stacked up players. So I was seeing a lot more KO on this map as well, just to suppress anybody that's playing in on site. Forces them to play completely off of it and allows you...
איפה הפייסקאם? הפייסקאם חוזר עוד 6 שניות.
You've got Evolver kind of trying to do these kind of plays.
וואו, עמית, אתה לא יכול להגיד דברים כאלה היום.
Watching these little crossfires.
אתה אמרת לא נכון, יכול להיות. קזי מקווה שלא טעיתי. ספטיק, אתה כבר מטורף, אחי.
Have a Viper's pit as well. It's just getting that spike planted that's the issue. Again, different change up. Hoodie's been doing quite a lot of work when it comes to this mid control.
כי אני מעדיף להשין בלי מצלמה וויפר, אחרי זה אני מעדיף את המצלמה.
See if anybody's going to push through that shoot towards kitchen. Yet again, utility more playing towards the sites and just having bodies in the center for G2 stops Liquid from doing anything.
כל מטבח בשרת שלך.
Soulcast sending the drone forward, clearing out this close position towards yellow. It's information that it is actually empty. Yampy again tasked with just being that lurk player on the other side of things.
כל פול, אח שלי, ערב טוב.
And how it goes into the mid play. His teammates at the ready to explode out B here. Again, there's just significant numbers on the rotate. Yampy's gonna have to do something here, Ryan.
הנה עמוד מספר 1, הנה עמוד מספר 1, הנה הוא וובקאם, אח שלנו היקר. אח שלנו. סקרים ערבי, סקרים בלגי. אבל נראה לי שהוא סוג של ערבי, משהו כזה. לא יודע למה הוא רודף אותי כל לייב. למה הוא רודף אותי כל פאקינג לייב? למה?
Comes holding on to it. Viper's pit is up.
מוסלמי בלגי, אמת.
Soulcast gets forced into the open with that snake bite, taking a lot of damage. Mixwell's gone down. Big kill there for Scream. That pulls the numbers back even.
הוא גם מסגיל ויאניב, סבבה, הכל טוב. סתם, לא. לא, הוא לא מרוקאי.
They now take double figures first.
Just eking it forward. And G2, they put a lot of eggs into that basket of playing very centrally, seeing if they can find a fight. Their utility sort of do its work towards B, but they gave up enough space that Liquid could work with it.
איזה קבוצה אני? כרגע אתה לא יכול לפרט, בעתיד תישאר מעודכן, גם בדיסק וגם בטוויטר, ואני מעדכן. גם בלייב פה אני אעדכן. גם ביט נראים בלתי מנצחים, לדעתי הם חזרו לתקופה שלהם, כן. להראות ש-FPX ניצחו אותם, FPX מטורפים. זה להרים מהפורה הזה.
That top control is mostly leaning towards Evolver on B, but again, I don't think he's going to try and push it. Team Liquid now using this opportunity to try and play towards mid.
לפרסם? מאמין שבזמן הקרוב.
The only ultimate they have this time.
הוא ציפה לזה כן, כי הרבה עכשיו עושים את זה בכוס נייר, לא, זכוכית, עומר, זכוכית.
Minute 5 seconds here. Drone from Nukia going up into the kitchen. Hoodie has taken down Scream, and that is a play that we've seen even in the last round. Able to find some important impact here for Team Liquid, and he's gone. For Yampy,
he's
the front person in the charge here. Still got to deal with a lot of the killjoy setup here. The
Baruch Hashem, Adi, Baruch Hashem.
Is going to go up and smoke that off. Good read to deal with that, and now they're trying to get across towards the site. Lockdown being invested here for Meadow. He sent that right down, and this gives Liquid a very small window of opportunity. They're running back. They're leaving it. They're running all the way back to try and get to B.
20 seconds, though.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a lot of time, does it, Ryan? Doesn't feel like enough.
Are they just... They're just going to have to go for a mid-B split. Mixwell's aware of it.
Oh, no.
The utility is more towards B main as well. This is going to be really tight on time.
Mixwell's in such a good position, too. If he can get around the backside of it, they don't have much time to waste here.
Yes, blend.
Mixwell, that new cubby being used to perfection. His link post the
שלהם לינק ירוג אותו. וואי!
But Soulcast can't get him done.
nice try.
G2 will answer back. And they've now tied it up 10-10, as close as you can get it. A real nail-biter here, and it's only map number 2. Reminder, Team Liquid did take map 1 as split. G2 responding here, trying to force us to map 3, which will be Haven. Now, we've seen some spicy changes already, you know, throughout this map.
Yeah.
Imagine what Haven could provide.
We get to see a bit of neon.
That would be cool, seeing Soulcast rock that.
This is your 3rd day on the VCT broadcast. Yeah. You've had like a lot to deal with. you like had Ascend losing on Bind since 1840.
בעבר אומר, אני אביא איך נצח. דאבל קונטרולר באייסבוקס, וואלה, אנשים מנסים דברים, כן. נראות שאיפה יש פה דאבל קונטרולר? וייפר ואומן. וייפר ואומן זה סבבה. באייסבוקס זה סבבה לגמרי. אומן נהיה ממש 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 מטה, אז אתם צריכים להבין שהוא נכנס חזק.
And the turret over in maze. A lot of success so far that G2 have found with this killjoy setup on A. And Team Liquid, they like playing it slow. And from the last round, you could sort of tell that G2 were very like passive. They're not being too aggressive. They're just sat very far back waiting for this. Navera takes a lot of damage just from the spray of Nukier. Navera thinks that this is clear, right? Because of that shock dart. The hoodie's there. Not only that, still got that trademark setup.
בס כנסק בספליט סייג' אבל בסיס סבבה, בספליט כבר אמרתי סבבה כי הוא לא יודע לשחק רייז ורייז הרבה יותר חשובה בספליט מאשר ג'ט.
I think Team Liquid have just really struggled with getting towards the site that G2 haven't got the up on them. You know, the rotation's been so quick for G2 to get all the forces over here. You know, on the attacking side, towards the end of the half, G2 were at least able to get in towards the site. Liquid have kind of struggled with that. This time they have managed to get towards this B site. The problem is Yampi's now gone down again, and that's a big problem, losing him like that. So 23 seconds left. Good kill for Scream as he looks down. That's an impactful frag to find, but again, 19 seconds left. They have to try and get towards the site with the spike. They have to get it down. Scream gets aggressive with the updraft into the tower, but Nukia's ready for one. Scream still takes him down. Good recovery from Meadow. He now swings into the lower fight, and Meadow sweeps them up. Big 3K from him, and that's an important round for G2 to find. Puts them in the lead. It puts them to 11.
Gives a Volver his Viper's Pet as well. He's happy to use that going into the next round. Both Hoodie and Meadow have been so pivotal considering how rough Hoodie was having it at the start of this map. It was like 1-7, 1-8. Now we're even up on the KD. And he's not afraid to fight for this B main position. He's just a warden of it. Meadow's doing the exact same thing on A, but if he needs to clutch out, he can be. Meadow especially, he went from having a torrid first few series for G2 to now being one of their most impactful players, even on that last map, despite the loss.
וואלה, סקאזי בדרך כלל אני פוגע טוב. פשוט שכחתי כמה הקומפ של G2 הגנתי מוגזם, כאילו. מוגזם.
Fantastic. He's going to try and go again at the start of this round. First player to be tested. Gets overrun this time by Navera.
שמעתי את הסמל שלך בשם. מה זאת אומרת הסמל שלי בשם? הסמלים ליד השם זה חבר מועדון, יוסף.
Getting that spike down in a comfortable position, but looks like they will get that at least. And now can sit back in this 4v4 post plan. This is the first time Liquid have had a bit of breathing room in one of these situations in a while.
Right. 4v4-2, and so much utility still over on that site, right? All of the stuff for Chamber, all of the stuff for Killjoy before she went down. And Hoodie again leading the line.
No way, Nuka! That is ridiculous. Yampi and Navera both taken down in a fall swoop. And Team Liquid, they had some breathing room, but not anymore. They are suffocated by Nuka. It's just having a flyer towards the end of this map. That's 12 now for G2. They're one away from taking us to Haven. Some ridiculous shots in that retake.
כן, יש לי בך ולא אתה, אבל אם זה יגיע, אחי. אחרי שנדיח אותם, עמית. נדיח אותם ואז הם יצפו בי.
G2 are still able to play it out, and Liquid, we were talking about how solid this comp has looked, right? Because we've seen some teams play it, but G2, once they got to
the defense, עם פונקט, אין לי כל כך קשר, רזידנט זה אחלה בן שבעולם.
To play aggressively without that jet, but they found so much map control on this defense. Now, Viper's Pit going to be over towards A. You've got this double stack over on B. instant teleport out from Mixwell with that operator. Now it's just Yampi playing on his own on A, seeing if he can find an opening, see if anybody's peeking out. Navova just watching his corner, see if he sees any footsteps. I feel Yampi might predict this.
השירותים נעלו אותי.
From this point forward, it has to be absolute perfection for Team Liquid. Not a step can be mistaken. Viper's Pit deployed for G2, and last time this happened, we've seen just this heavy lean from G2 over to B, and Team Liquid walked right into it. We give it G2.
תודה רבה, חיים שלי.
This was the pan out like this
אוהב המון.
Vova is in the elevated position.
Still a bold run.
Yeah, it's going to come through now. Yampi's actually in a good spot here. Vova does get spotted. Vova does get spammed. Yampi takes him down. That's massive, and now that's the call to go here for Team Liquid.
או שהסתם שיקרא והיה לה ארוך. היה לה קם איתה משוגע באמא שלי. איזה חולה.
They've been fantastic at retakes, but to close this map, they have to win a 3v5. Nukia, the danger man down, and now it's Hoodie and Mixwell. And you've got an operator in the midst of the two remaining players, so retaking a site with an operator is never easy. Never mind when you're going up against the Viper's Pit. Doesn't look like much of an attempt will be had here for G2. We're taking monumental effort to break through it. And finally, Yampi, who's been pretty quiet in this attacking side, Ryan, delivers an absolutely huge round.
You can see that even now Liquid is just like the next round, right? They've already used that tour de force. It's in the hands of Navera, who's just...
מה אתם מעדיפים, לנהל בשירותים או במעלית?
Right until the end. Viper's Pit dedicated as soon as they find an opening to get in. And even Navera dying just to get that extra bit of money. Because he didn't have anything other than that ultimate, but Soulcast, he still has that Hunter's Fury. He
מה מעלית? לא אתם. בשירותים אין לי בעיה גם יומיים להיתקע. שינהלו אותי, רק לא במעלית. מעלית פחד מוות.
It all has to be used again. G2, they felt like they had everything on lockdown. The Viper's Pit, an excellent hold, but
מעלית תחשבי, וואו.
G2 trying to find what else is going on that they leave their Viper just unattended.
אתגר השני להם, כל סאב חלש שהם מקבל שקל. שי תעזור לי, תגיד לי כמה חלשים הצטרפו. סגור יניב, אח שלי יקר, תודה רבה. האיש והאגדה, מוערך של השט. וואלה, לא יודע אם אתם יודעים. אני יום אחד נכנסתי למעלית. שכחתי לראות על מספר, פתאום נכבה אור נסגר הדלתות. אתם יודעים מה קרה לי באותו רגע? הלב שהדחיפו כ-200.
Shocked that doesn't get the utility in kitchen again. It's the lineup that we just saw right to clear if there was a turret there, but again there's still a trademark in that spot that wasn't cleared.
Well, this setup for G2 is heavy.
כן, הייתי צריך לעשות כפתור, אבל שכחתי את זה.
No blood drawn just yet. Yampi TP's up onto the light. Scream is taken down. Meadow Hoodie's in the sight. Cloudburst keeps him alive for now. Actually works.
קלתי עם 5 חברים במעלית. היא מלא, פחד מוות. אילי, ברוך הבא אחי, תודה רבה על הסאב. סאב ראשון, ניתן, ברוך הבא, תודה רבה על הסאב. תתחרר אתם.
The overtime affair lies in their hands. Yampi creeps across the ropes, can peer down below, Mixwell the victim, and Yampi does...
וואלה, אם אני אנעי אתכם, אתם לא יודעת מה... אתם תשמעו צרחות, אתם משוגעות. אני, אם נועלים אותי במעלית, אני מתחרפן. מתחרפן.
We said it in the last series, Yampi needs to have a great tournament, really.
להסתכל במראה ולראות את בנט. איזה משוגע.
There's a lot of pressure on them, right? Semi-finalists at champions.
ימפי הביא הרחקה.
You can see just how much that means to him. Means a lot to Roger Federer as well. I think is just always supporting Yampi. Big fan of Roger Federer, he is. But he's only had 12 kills so far, but does the last 3 so pivotal, brings it to overtime. And now with both teams being so strong and decisive on the defensive side, Liquid have this advantage and maybe a match point if they can pull this together.
קאצ'י במעלית, ביי. אם אני מגדל לסביבה רוב הסיכויים לשמע איתו להיתקע. עוד מהדיימונד, יאללה, עוד מעט נעשה דויים. עוד צד ונעשה דויים.
The impact rounds is what we'll remember. And yeah, it's just been great to see that happening. Look at this from Avova. He's pushed all the way up the tube in towards kitchen. Has been spotted that trademark. So information gathered as to where they are.
Yampy.
לא חייב ממני, קרי.
If he gets too close as well, there is some utility there that's going to slow him if he pushes up. So now he's in a real difficult position.
כל מי שפה כבר סאב, וואי, צ'אט של משפחה זה.
It's Liquid that still pick up that first kill over towards B. There is still a trademark over in that spot too. So if Hoodie tries to peek out and get a bit more, he could be slow.
וואלה, יום אחד עשיתי דוי ממיתר, עומר. ואם אני לא טועה, מיתר הביא לי מזל, סחבו אותי שם במשחק, לא עשיתי כלום, שומעת? לא עשיתי כלום.
Operator in his hands. He doesn't want to go any further than that. So that might keep him alive for the time being.
איך שתתני, פתאום יש שני ימות, החזר יש שני משחקים. טוב, תן בראש. כן, לא תן.
Yampy not going to have the eyesight for the cross around the back. And Team Liquid have missed every time. And that has allowed Mixwell.
איזה לרק הוא השיג הוויפר.
And now the pressure really starts to ring through as to where G2 are going. This is going to pull the attention of
לא, הוא בודק אותו.
Nevera has to go for the aggressive play. Not quick enough. Meadow brings him down. And now it's Scream and Link having to recover this one for Team Liquid. G2 in a very good position. Playing from yellow, it's Hoodie on the headshot. And now just Scream left. And yes, this guy's a good player. But no, he's not winning this round.
I don't know why they didn't do this on any of their attacking rounds, right? That mid control, just the way
מיתר טובה, כן, מיתר השחקנית.
timings on Liquid. Scream has it all to do. And Mixwell, he hears him. He's ready to flank in behind.
That's the problem here. Mixwell on the backside knows exactly where he's walked. And yeah, Team Liquid just miss every turn. Not really keeping track of the holes in their defense. It all comes down to that initial fight with Yampy in mid, right? The fact that he has to give up his position. He then goes all the way back to play from the back of A. And that opens up a huge window for G2 to walk through.
Good timeout from Liquid. Set up what they're going to try and do on their attacking side. It's not only the lurk, but it's the fact that they go and find all of these separate fights, right? You have one player you got a player that's waiting more towards sheds, where that used to be, for anybody to peek out and take that engagement. And all the while, we were saying like Hoodie was, you know, playing with his face against the grindstone when he's playing up on B main in that position with a spike, but he just holds there, and the rest of the team just finds space and finds timing. Like that is just...
חביתה זה לא טעים, ניסיתי להכין, מה זה ניסיתי להכין? חביתה זה קל, מה יש לכם? משוגעים.
That they're able to make those decisions on the go, and all five of those players have insane minds.
פעם שלישית, יאללה, let's go.
But it's a different take.
למרות שעוד לא נגמר, עוד לא נגמר, סקאזי.
This is either a set strategy or something they want to deal with against G2. This is going to be a bit more formulaic. Even G2 has had a chance to think of how they want to approach this. Where did they
חביתה
find
זה
success?
קשה להכין.
It's mostly with just all of this like sentinel utility stolen the extremities and bodies in mid.
וואלה, ארוחת בוקר שאני מכין, הצגתית.
Let's see Team Liquid's decision. How they're going to get back into this. They have shown that they've been able to do it.
מה אתה צריך יותר מיתוס בחיים, טל?
Yampy was the player that found a lot of that impact. TP's up on top of the tube. Mid control somewhat established here for Team Liquid.
כמה נגמר ספליט? 13-9 נראה, משהו כזה. לליקוויד, לא
They're going to
זוכר.
try and pinch Mixwell. He either holds on tube or he holds his doorway.
Trapped down. Mixwell now trend on tube. And Nevera is good enough just to remove him straight away. So good control taken here for Team Liquid. What's G2's
הדור שלנו עצלן, עמית, מה זה הדור הזה?
deal with this one? Evova's not in the best spot here. He's in a real tough situation. He has to worry about so many different angles.
רק סטייק מדיום. וואלה, אני ימים הייתי קיים בבוקר, ישר צלעות כבש, אין לי בעיה.
Now we look to Nuke, Meadow, and Hoodie to try and recover this one for G2. Otherwise, we go again.
If he gets caught out, Meadow's going to try and peek around. Nevera just
Oh,
finds the
Nevera.
right timing there. He's very patient in his approach. Now Hoodie trying to cross into mid. Just him and Nuke.
סקרים פוזישן של קיל אחד בטוח, יש פה עוד אוברטיים. בטוח, כן. נראה לך עומר? בוא'נה, אני מקליט מהר, משוגעת.
Well, CMB doesn't get that much done there on the attack. It's just a teleport up to tube. It puts Mixwell in a really awkward position because he wants to keep an eye on that, but also is very scared in kitchen. But also with Avova playing from this like the spot between the site and
איזה
orange.
לאט.
A paranoia comes through from Yampi. It just misses. But it's not something that like they were expecting Avova to be in that little corner. I don't think it has a name or a call out yet. It could be Yampi if he keeps finding those lineups.
וואלה, עדים תמיד יפסידו בזה.
Well, apologies for the HUD right now. We'll get that sorted as quickly as possible. G2 have had enough. They've all disappeared.
They got KO.
תראו אבל סקרים סולו איי כאילו. שהוא דואלי שפשוט תופס סולו סייט. באמא שלי, מה זה החרא הזה?
This is what play-by-play dreams of.
Got weapon.
That's why Pansy likes it so much.
לא, עומר, איתך אני שוקל מילים פשוט.
But yeah, Pete.
לא בודקים אותו, בודקו אותו.
Below is Hoodie though. He just comes in and sweeps him up. So Team Liquid have got to deal with a deficit. Now everyone's got ultimates apparently. We don't think that right now. At least it is overtime, so it's easier to keep track of the economy status.
Lovely play from weapon_image.
My favorite player, alt_image.
אסור לי לדבר, עמית, באמא שלי.
49 seconds. As the drawback from G2 now looks at the A side. No one's here right now. Team Liquid don't have a single player on this A side.
מה קורה פה צד ימין? מה צד ימין? מה זה?
They still do have that like toxic scream setup, which is very retake favors.
מה הידע שלי? אני מרוקאי.
Now the Aldron, just to see if anybody's managed to lurk their way in. They're happy now that G2 have made their presence known. They're not too far away from this action. And they still have utility that we can see.
Well, Avova has come through with a pick on Navera. So currently G2 stand with the
מרוקאי וברזילאית, אם עולה איזה שילוב לא תן.
As they try and go all the way around, the big flank scream is preoccupied with a fight from mid. And so that weakens the forces even further for Team Liquid.
כמה חיים בג'יטו? אני לא יכול לראות בגלל החרא הזה.
Down in.
כולם.
Team Liquid need the kill back here quickly.
לישו, אח שלי.
Single opportunity. This is so well played from G2. Good stuff. Just Scream left. And he's gonna start.
Scream 1v5.
Finally gets caught.
אחד. לא, אין לך זמן.
Oh wow, Scream so clean, but not enough down here. And G2 are on 14, one more and they've got it. Even while getting ulted by KO, still able to survive.
Match point.
וואלה, שילוב מפחיד, רותם. לוטם. יצא לי רותם. זה אשכרה הטקסט, זה הטקסט חזק, ברור.
They were happy to try and stack over towards B, played and planted for the retake. Just struggled again. This is straightforward stuff, right? Nothing out of this composition for G2 is completely brand new.
מה עשיתי עכשיו, עומר?
Just carbon copied from the old one, minus jet plus chamber. But that utility on a post plant, the sage...
אני משתדל להיות טוב. משתדל.
It's all been so good on both sides, the attack and defense. Now Meadow
סרטים שוקרן, התחלנו עד לדבר איתי על זה דניאל, אני שומר. עזוב אותי. עליתי איזה כמה קילוים, אני חייב להוריד אותם חזרה.
Ready for an A execute. All of that scaling, all of those angles that he can watch. And Hoodie playing very aggro again.
Hoodie, nearly gets caught. Lucky to get away with his life here. And also Lucky has Meadow to back him up.
GG, מה זה?
And now the lockdown straight away to it. Meadow wants to
יואו, עשה את הפורקי הזה.
done with Icebox. The Yampi preventing that for the time being.
GG.
Liquid are
מפה שנייה, התחלנו.
and the pressure all
לא
on the
נתפס,
shoulders of
נשבע.
Soulcast and his 36 HP. This is looking very good for G2 to try and close out Icebox. Soulcast begins to walk forward into the site. G2 do not want to misstep at all. They do not want to give him the chance in the 1v1 fights. Spike loose in the open. Soulcast realizes that they could be in so many different positions right now, and he has to take a lot of time clearing these out. Eventually we'll...
אוהב אותך, מחבל, היידה סימן, 3 חודשים, אח שלי.
Starts to think about which position he wants to put it
ווינבל, כן, ווינבל, אבל קשה.
This clutch is
קשוח.
not easy to win for Soulcast. 36 HP, G2 with laser focus to try and close this round out, and the time is now ticking. He goes to the plant. They will start to realize he must stick it eventually. Mixwell spots him out, shoulder peeks him to draw the info and buy time for his teammate.
Aye, nice try.
Out for the headshot. G2 will close, and heaven is needed to decide this matchup's whereabouts.
No fire. Both these teams winning on their picks. Some very interesting looks. A more straightforward one, I suppose, for G2 in the end. But now, Haven. We saw the Neon play coming out of Liquid. It was starting to fall into some issues. So I wonder if we're going to see a change up there. I imagine more Omen, more Brimstone, less Astra. but both these teams could come out with something real.
מרוקאית, יווניה ותימניה. וואו. הנה סקריבה סקאי באבן, הוא ישחק כנראה סקאי באבן. בסולקאס על הניאון. כמו מפגרים.
We got them on their heels.
זה אני חושב שגם ביטה. נגד מי יש להם? אוף, נגד פנאטיק. משחק טוב. לא מבין כמה עדות אני שאלה. כמה עדות אתה כבר אורל? הכי הרבה שראיתי זה נראה לי 4 אני חושב. זה נראה לי הכי הרבה שראיתי. מי לקח? 1-1 במפות.
They're playing in on the site. When they played up against Descend, it was Fractures the last map. Since then, they've wanted to ban. Their eco last thing, just every team has banned it.
איקו לא מעניין אותי. איך הם יצחו את זה גם בי?
They're trying to like stack up again. This time the showstopper, the stun, ready to again and sit up there.
And this time, Mech, well, they're going for more standard rotations. A problem for them.
30 seconds left.
Rolling Thunder goes onto an open A site. Seems again that Mech want to play retake over on this side.
עשה לברלין, הופה, תהני. וואו, אורל. גם התהפכו ל-M3C בגלל כל הסיפור עכשיו עם רוסיה וכל הבלגן. אז הם כאילו השתחררו מגמביט כזה. וואי, מה?
We look to Leo and Save, the last two remaining players, and for the first time in a long time, Mech have done a good job at removing the numbers from the site itself. Now they're onto the site, and the pressure for the first time is on Guild's shoulders to get back in and stop this defuse. It's over half. Redcar's just holding it, he's just sticking it, and he's got it. Finally, Mech pull off the difficult time. We've seen that. The first kill of play. Danger will not go his favor. He does actually get removed down to 70 HP, but not removed from play entirely. So he's still up. He's still available.
וואלה, ברלינט נסתירה, אומר.
Lightstorm even dedicated too. His safe is only down to 70 HP. All farmed up again. This time got a orbital strike available again from Coldamenta. Usually thrust in towards tower. Look where they're pinging on the map. So they're trying to pick positions. Seeing, like, do we know if they're playing in on the site? Do we know if they're...
אני כבר מעריך. תמיד מוציאה אותי רע, את מבינה את הבעיה שלך? לא יכול לענות לה, לא יכול.
They have got a player advantage, they have taken the site, and it's now about getting that spike down with no problems. That fault line keeping it back, but the aftershock's gone through. That's got them off the platform.
תוקל מילים כי את משוגעת.
Just about gets spotted. Shadows can't go down. The spike planter will go down, and that keeps Guild in this round. 3v3, everybody damaged up apart from Chronicle. He is the player to keep on.
סגור יוסף.
Guild right now in a pretty good spot having the
סתם, הכל בומו.
and that's going to cost him his life. And now for Mech, they're trying to get into it, but Safe is behind him. Misses the shot in the operator. Chronicle gets the defuse over half. Finally will go down. Nats into the 1 versus 2, and unfortunately for him, he won't be able to win it out. So Guild,
בבית נעל מעץ מלא.
Mech couldn't put two together towards the end of the half, Ryan, and it's not.
את מבינה מה את רושמת, עומר? אחרי זה את רוצה עוד פרגונים.
Now this is where you want him to see come online, but realistically in previous performances, again, you've only really got up on him.
They can't push too much further here. Coldamenta has to crack open that trip utility.
לא מעניין. עוד פיסטול בייס.
Initially, haven't activated that camera, so Mecca none the wiser.
Yeah, look at Chronicle's position as well. Unfortunately, that boom bot is going to make it quite difficult for you to get anything out of it. Information now picked up on his wire power.
אין, אני מפרגן ללוטם, אבל אז היא מלכלכת עליי. היא אומרת, הוא שונא אותי, זה...
Luckily, Nats has stepped up and got himself one, but still killed hold the advantage in the player count as they charge into the site. It has to be clean, and Nats is so
טוב, נאט.
He has got it done. Pistol picked up from Mech.
That angle just up on the wall by the box, it's effectively a headshot one. You can tell.
קצת להתאמץ, עומר, טיפה להתאמץ.
No idea that he could get up and
Most fun play. Yeah, that
certainly one. Best game considering their form right now, but with this kind of meta, stuff can change up, and Mech moving over to that ascend could.
Yeah.
You know, we
love it. Well, safe.
וואי, מתמטיקה אני אחד הגרועים. אם מלא איזה גרועים במתמטיקה.
Obviously, we're looking at the weapons they've got. It isn't everybody on the other.
לא מאמין.
That is spicy from Trex. Hunts them down, catches them both on the ropes as they try and get across. Luckily, Mech still get the spike down, but
בוא נגיד בהנדסה, וואלה, המורה שלי רצה להביא לי פטור. היא כבר התייאשה ממני. גם את שינו שם, כן.
So it is a bit more awkward and rolling for the headed towards Dish. They know that two players are still up there from before. Stalls them out a little bit, and Chronicle trying to lurk, catches safe.
That's massive from Chronicle because now with that kill he upgrades to the Vandal as well. So the better weapons now in play. Chronicle sends the Molly in, but Coldamenta, he's burning, he's gets the defuse up to half. And again, you've got to look at Red Guy's got the fault line set up. Chronicle is just killing them all. Fault line catches out Trex, and that time there's not enough of it. Trex has to run away. A valiant attempt at the start of the
וואי, הנדסה אני כל כך זבל. כל כך זבל. Welcome back, welcome back. עכשיו זה best cams, זה לא web cams. Welcome back אח שלי.
I think, you know, in terms of Meadow stepping up, Hoodie having a lot of good rounds as well for G2. Nuki is the player we always talk about. This time on the Sova, he does get to play it a lot. He know that he gets to show different sides of himself. How much value did he bring on the Sova you found in this game?
I feel like on Sova, on defense, he can still work cool stuff, like, you know, being very expressive with just his shooting ability. But on attack, he is being hindered by
אני אומר לך, עומר, אם נעשה לו מוד, הוא לא יבוא לפה יותר. הוא רוצה מוד. לדעתי.
No, what was that?
I really need to like rewatch the entire game and see how many times did he get at least one or two times.
הזום, רגע, עכשיו זה שנייה.
That one clutch that was able to do just because the recon as well. It was absolutely insane how Liquid just ignored that.
Yeah, because you know that you're, you know, playing with the and you can create the space for yourself, but also that recon is literally so the fact that no one was turning around and it wasn't like Nuke was using crazy arrows,
lineups,
bouncing around the map. No, he was just going for the basics because the basics were working, and even when he was using the aftershocks, he was just getting so much of it.
אייבים באוריום, אין לי זמן עכשיו באוריום, אין לי זמן. רק בלילה יש לי זמן.
And it was sad for Team Liquid that they weren't able to destroy them. Why? If it happens twice, don't you just go, guys? Someone has to shoot the recon dart, please. In terms of utility, you wanted to look at a couple of different instances of the both teams using.
Yeah, I have some few short clips that I wanted to point out to. First is gonna be, of course, Omen, because I like talking about Omen, and he got recently buffed. So first clip that I wanted to show is a very simple one. It's the one way that is very effective on defense, essentially by blocking out pipes with a wire. Guarantee that no one will push out onto.
מה זה עומר? למה ביטלת אותו? למה ביטלת אותו, עומר?
Because you're emerged through a smoke when you have no idea what is in front of you, right? So this is a very effective smoke that you can put in this spot. And also remember, it's 15 seconds. That is the duration of this.
זונה לא רוצים לראות בנים, בנות חמות.
But you have smoke into smoke which is basically the cooldown of the smokes, and then you go on top of that, you can put the third one right after the cooldown, so you can stop this push on A main for 45 seconds. But that's a positive one out of the Omen. Now let's talk a little bit about negative sides of Omen utility.
איזה חפרן לוטו, תתחיל את המפה השלישית, תעזוב אותי ממך.
So many times is actually insane. Like he was going there, like 80% of the rounds going on mid. Now pay attention to the position of the Killjoy, and look what is happening here. Omen was using his smokes. He's uses his smokes for B, but he's making an audio cue.
סוף סוף יש לי גב בצ'אט.
That within 14 meters.
מי זה חומר? זה מחשב זה לוטר.
You're gonna hear the audio.
אפילו דני בצד של החומר.
Smoke being put there, and that's the problem with Omen. You don't have the problem with Brimstone, which doesn't have an audio cue for his smokes being set up, and because of that, literally Yampy just dies because the opponent will know.
אתה רואה סדרות? כן, סיבה, אני רואה סדרות.
Waiting for him, and he just dies because he just signaled that.
מי לקח? 1-1 מורטיס. וואלה, יפה לך הטאג בחזרה, מורטיס, אח שלי. כמה 1-1 במפות.
Killjoy and Chamber at the same time, that is absolutely mental.
איזה סדרות אני רואה? וואלה, ראיתי ויקינגים, פיקי בליינדרס, משחקי הכס לא כזה אהבתי האמת. סדרות, וואי, ברח לי מהראש הכל. נמלטים, יש שימור, קל שליקוויד. ראנקד אפטר דיס, וואלה, אני עושה איזה משחק 1-2 נראה לי, ריזן.
A common thread here in terms of Team Liquid and not destroying the utility. I know that Nivera really
מה זה? איך אני רושם את זה בנגדית? לא אתם.
destroyed in kitchen like a couple of times, for instance.
מה הסדרה הזאת?
But it does those little things that are important. Thinking about when are these audio.
וואלה, האמת אומר שהוא נכנס ללייב ורשם לי ראשון, אפשר מוד? הייתי חייב לשים לו מוד.
You know, it's all these little things that have to work out. Is it all these little things got together, the sum of all parts, that made Team Liquid not win this game, or what did it come down to?
I think that there is a lot of things coming into this game. It's not only the fact that they
וואלה, לא, אתם לא מכיר את זה. לא שמעתי את זה בחיים.
Some of it you're not going to expect. The Killjoy one, of course, you were going to, but it breaks the plan a little bit of what Liquid have. I think that Yampy, for example, Lothar was mentioning, you know, the
ריזן השתגע, כן.
but I think the G2
אחד המשובשים.
is doing a very good job bringing the timing, just putting a pressure on Yampy. Yampy was not comfortable enough just because sometimes he was playing with the operator and just doing something that didn't allow him to just continue on that one way, you know. It's probably one of the reasons why they wanted to go for the Omen on this instance. I would have
יש מלא סדרות, ראיתי מלא סדרות, הבעיה שסיימתי את כולם.
As I said, keeping Nivera on the Viper. I think that this composition can still work, but it needs some minor changes.
מחשב גיימינג לשירותים. מה אתה אוהב לראות? וואלה, האמת אקשן כזה. אקשן, פשע, אני אוהב. ויקינגים, פיקי בליינדרס, כאלה, נמלטים. זה הסגנון.
Being the player on the mid that should have been stealthy and he wasn't because of that. Also, the utility
התבלבלת, ריזן, רשמת את זה הפוך.
Kitchen in a different position than a normal one. The shock that doesn't get it, but the chamber trap has a bigger just area radius, and because of that it can be repositioned, something that we've seen on split.
נראה לך חומר, תגידי לי. מהר ועצבני ראיתי הכל אותם. את רובם אפילו בקולנוע, האמת.
Between G2 and Team Liquid, and it is Haven, something we don't get the pleasure of seeing that often. What do you think of this for a final decider? If you think about what you've seen about the attack level of these two teams in the last two games,
I mean, I want to go back to what I said on the pre-show, and if we look at NA, talking about, you know, the new patch and how the controllers are being played, Astra is the one.
אמרתי לך, פשע, אקשן, כאלה.
We see Brimstone, we see some Omen, but no Astra, nowhere to be found, not even Viper. I want to see, again, these two teams, what are they going to do, if they're going to rely on the basics, if they're going to innovate a little bit. We know that for Team Liquid, this is the map when Neon comes to live. But maybe that changes too.
עכשיו אתה חלק מהסקרימים. אין סקרים שאני לא MVP, בוא'נה. לא קורה. ואם בטעות קרה, אז פרגנתי. מחשבה קצת מעבר גם זורם לי, אני אוהב.
There's a lot of question marks here coming into Haven. I feel like for Liquid, there might be just a small adjustment for the team because they can literally play the same composition, just swap Astra, for example, Brimstone, which then kind of fills the needs of the composition with the Neon because it just boosts up the entire team.
קרים שחק סקאי, GG Liquid, לכו הביתה. Go home. Go home.
again. What?
You should see Lothar right now. He's flabbergasted.
Okay, the thing that I don't understand, because I'm really trying here, is like, where's the necessity behind, you know, having Solkas now on the Omen, and now Link is going on the Brimstone, and you know, just giving a little bit more stability in between the maps to actually develop all the things that you can do with just one agent, so you can actually master it. I know that this is the first day of the patch. Really looking
בושה וחרפה זקן ואמא שלי.
We know that Team Liquid was the one introducing the double operator here on EMEA.
I'm also happy to see Avova pick up the
חוץ מזה ספורט כלשהו, חוץ מאי-ספורט, מה זאת אומרת סיוון?
a favorite of his.
איזה ספורט אני אוהב כאילו?
Whilst Lothar is perpetually flabbergasted at the decisions made.
There's a lot of questions. There's not a single Sova being used right now from both teams. There are Skies instead. We have seen Scream on Sky before as well. But the crazy thing for me is that the constant role changes between Team Liquid members.
וואלה סיוון, אני אוהב כדורגל ואומנויות לחימה. שתי סוגי ספורט שאני אוהב. יכול להסביר לשחק ברים ואומן? לא יודע, הם מאוד אוהבים את הדאבל קונטרולר הזה, לא יודע למה. אין לי מושג. לא לצפות בו. לעשות, וואלה, אומנות לחימה רק סיוון. אם זה לעשות ספורט, אומנות לחימה קל.
Thank you very much, Sharks. You know, we're heading into this final map of wackiness, and it does continue, Ryan, as we predicted. We won't see the neon, but we're seeing some spicy things. You know, how are you feeling coming into this last map, Ryan?
Double controllers again. Let's see if there's a bit more merit to it than on split.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and this coming up right now. We're going into heaven. It's the final map. One of these teams heading into the upper bracket.
היי גלזי, איזה קבוצה אני אוהד, ריאל מדריד אורל. אתה ב-MMA מכיתה A, טוב אחי. וואלה, הייתי ב-MMA שנה, אגרוף תאילנדי חצי שנה, הייתי בג'ודו כמה חודשים, הייתי באגרוף קלאסי כמה חודשים.
This is a big performance from G2 to force it through because I felt like Liquid were always at it.
מאוד הייתי, זהו נראה לי.
For me has to be the fact that Lothar is 100% right. These role changes in Team Liquid.
מה אהבתי יותר? MMA הכי אהבתי.
We've seen 3 maps and 3 different players playing Omen today. We started with Link, then we had Yampi, and now
MMA זה הכל, זה משולב, אז ממש אהבתי.
I guess it depends on like what they want to do because Soulcast has been on the entry role for the most part.
נפה בא אלינו? כן, נפה שנה הבאה בריאל מדריד, אמת. יצא לי לשבור אף אוזניים, וואלה, האמת שלא יצא לי ככה. הדבר היחיד שיצא לי, עמית, זה שפשוט באמצע, כאילו, קרב, נחנקתי. קיבלתי בעיטה ממש רצינית למפתח הלב, ופשוט נעצר לי הנשימה לאיזה דקה 2, לא יכולתי לנשום. כמעט תקעתי את החיים. וואו.
Hunting him down, and very luckily doesn't take too much damage, stays up on his feet, but now he's got to figure out where Nuku is, and well, he finds out the hard way. Bullet between the eyes, a tree grown, and now...
אבל זה אשמתי, כן עשי טעות.
Absolute crazy pistol round to begin with. Like Liquid are probably going to be playing at that place quite frequently. Just watching all of this utility go down, and Mixwell of all things just playing in the smoke with a shorty.
Yeah. This was lovely from the Vera.
אילי המון מזון טווח שלי ליקר עד 120. תחילה באושר ואושר, אמן. זאת טובה להחטאה, מגיע לך, תודה רבה. במה זה קרה לך? ב-MMA. היינו מתחלקים כאילו לזוגות, לעשות קרבות כאלה. ו... אתה יודע, התחלתי כאילו קרב אגרסיבי, סוג של התחלתי אותו ממש אגרסיבי וקיבלתי בעיטה. אלוהים ישמור. קיבלתי פצצה, הלכתי לישון. מה אמרו שלך למפה הזאתי? אמן שג'יטו יעשו להם 13-0, אמן. וואלה, הצלעות לא למפתח הלב. מפתח הלב זה איפה החזה כזה בערך.
Because now we look to their bonus round, and will be 4 Spectres in play. And for Team Liquid, here comes the buy.
החתמה, כנסו לטוויטר, זה רשמי, אבל אי אפשר עוד לפרט יותר מדי. הכל בראש, אחי, בול הכל בראש. לא יכול לפרט יותר מדי כרגע, נפרט בעתיד.
Play on a solo. So there was a couple, at the start of his career, I think it was like a one-trick pony, just the Cypher player. But yeah, it's great to see his evolution.
מה זה המולי הזה? בפלטפורם? כן, באמת. למישהו מולדת, וואלה. לחבר של נועם, מבקש ממני להגיד לו מזל טוב. קיבל. רק ריינה, רק ג'ט, לא אותם, רק ג'ט. אין על ג'ט, לעשות בעולם של פיינסט.
Soulcast luckily able to hit the headshot, turns back, gets the goes down quite quickly after, and now Scream gets flashy, gets caught, luckily able to drop back to safety. But Meadow and Mixwell still in the 2v3. Flash is going around. This time is ticking for G2 if they want to win this round. They've got to get onto the spike shortly, and unfortunately for them that won't be happening. Scream and Devara close it for the first, and G2's bonus reaps 2 kills, but that's about it. Team Liquid at least have one on the board.
And really it feels like some of the nuance and strategy has gone out the window a little bit for Team Liquid here. It's just all-out force coming in from C-Long, just smoking the entranceway onto the site, flashing through it. Really sort of forcing players like Hoodie to just play to their to play very forward-facing. Now Liquid looking to change it up a little bit more. Flashes are going to go over the just going to catch onto Nuki if that's the case. The stun makes it awkward. The stun still connects onto the Omen, but he's managed to teleport in close.
בעד מי אנחנו? בעד G2.
Brilliant kill. Vove able to drop back. Although some Team Liquid looking to put a bit of pressure onto him. In fact, Scream is hunting him down.
הכל בסדר בספר שלי. אם תחישון, אם תירדם, שיהיה לך לילה טיר, אחי. מה, אתה לא מפיק אותו כאילו, הוא למעלה, אבל ירית בו, אתה... אמרתי לך? שכחתי, באמת שכחתי.
With this tour de force, these one-ways are going to be fairly annoying out of Avova, but he's used both of them in fairly quick succession, 10 seconds before he has another smoke ready. They're just not peeking out for the most part.
Trying to get info from that flash. Oh no. Flash down into short.
איזה מפקיר הוא באמא שלי.
Rendezvous to get out of dodge.
סגור סיב ענק שיהיה חיה טוב. אני יש לי מועד באוגוסט.
Problem is here for Team Liquid, where do you go? You can't get out of these choke points. You just held down, and even if you go and start fighting, you will be in a disadvantageous position. You'll still have to fight 3 players inside of this site. It's almost a triangle of death right now for G2 on this site. Team Liquid will try, but they can't take the first, and so almost a death sentence, not finding that first kill. Nevera.
אין מצב, אין מצב. Nice try.
Too rough to handle. Avova will get the kill, and another round for G2 picked up. A little bit of style points the way out there for Nevera at least.
עומר, אם את עושה ברכה 150 שקל, תעבירי בביט, סתם.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're Vova, your heartbeat does sort of skip slightly.
אתה יודע שזה כיפה. כן, אמת, אמת. איזה שוגעת, אתה אומר.
For Liquid are just these fast C hits.
Yeah.
And even then it's just the one.
Yeah, it was the pistol, right? We've seen just the quick run up.
This is good conditioning though. Soulcast teleporting away from the fight, but it still means that Nuki has to watch that corner to see if the Omen's snuck.
לא הבנתי למה ליקוויד הפסיקו עם מה שעבד להם. ליקוויד מנסים לשחק טקטי שהם בעצם יודעים רק לכוון. פשוט תכוונו. למה לשחק טקטי אם אתם יודעים לכוון?
But Nuki doesn't know that.
Hoodie's actually just cleared out C-Long as well with his Trailblazer, so that's going to allow Vova to get a bit more aggressive. In fact, he's going to take that control, and that limits what Team Liquid can do. It also gives G2 a lot of information as to where they're...
אני מורים בחיים לא אהבו אותי.
This is starting to become a little suffocating for Team Liquid. They're being funneled into this A site.
With all of these smokes and utility, like the paranoia needs to connect. These smokes are going to come out together. The flash is going to go into the corner. Yampy's in on the side.
Yampy is going to try and fight out against Meadow, but Meadow will bash.
וואלה גם חנכים האלה לא עברו אותי אומר.
Meadow still sticking around. Soulcast overwhelms him. Comes around the side of him, blindsides Meadow.
30 seconds left.
And now Team Liquid have a bit of space to play with. G2 gonna have to deal here with the Seekers that are being sent out against them. Hoodie's waiting for the time to pop that flash through the window, but even then, how do they get back into the site? So
קשה בלימודים, וואלה, היה לי קשה ממש. סטרים נהיה היפסטר, סטרים השתגע. גמביט לוקחים או גמביט או FPX לדעתי, אחד מהשתיים. וואלה, עמית, היה לי קשה בטירוף, אחי, אני לא יכול לשבת. היה לי קשה לשבת, היה לי קשה, בתור ילד. בוא נגיד שהמזכירה הייתה מתה עליי.
All five of them coming out on the execute in one way or another. Even the Molotov was still available for Link if he wanted to play post plant. There's just so much going there. Having 6 bullets still left in his headhunter. The end of a round like that, you still have that
to
work with. Means the Liquid always have an option. And really, I think one of the no silver on either side. You're playing this quickly. It's hard to find effect, I suppose, with the silver.
נכון, שלב.
Drones trying to clear out positioning is going to make it really difficult for G2 on this defense, especially if Soulcast keeps planting this seed that he's snuck in over to sewers or in the corner where he TPs to. Now it's going to be Mixwell playing in sewers.
כרגע אין להם עדיין משחק ל-FPX.
But he can't really get any more aggressive than this.
וכמה אני בין 20?
This angle can teleport out onto site if he needs to.
לא, אני מחכה אצל המזכירה כי המנהלת הייתה אומרת לחכות שם קודם כל. בעצם משתמש להם, טוב, שלב, תודה חלטה. נגד הנצחים פה, וואלה, יכול להיות, כן.
Ooh, needs to get away from those, and Hoodie, he's made the play through. Luckily, Yampy goes back to check that, and he has the tailwind available, so he gets out of dodge. Now it's a quick play, it's an acceleration here from Team Liquid, trying to get out towards long. Looking to put some pressure onto Vova. He'll peek out from the back platform as 44 seconds currently stand. Hoodie caught in the corner, Yampy takes him down. Nuke able to trade it out, and look at that, Showstopper just in the air right now, caught, but still able to recover as it goes back down on towards Navera. The Rolling Thunder makes things a little difficult, but for Team Liquid, unfortunately, hasn't given them the sight. They're still in a really tough spot.
לגארד יש סיכוי להגיע רחוק, וואלה, לדעתי כן. גארד משחקים מדהים, מדהים. הבעיה שהם שיחקו רק ב-NA, אז בוא נראה כאילו איך זה יהיה ב-EU. שהם יהיו מול EU. כי כרגע ב-NA הם משבטים לאנשים שם. וואלה, צודק את עומר, כל מי שכאן ועוד עשה לייק, תרביצו לייק, חברים. ברור, עמית, ברור. חד משמעית, מסכים.
It's the fact that like they looked maybe a little bit lost when it came to playing up against double controller on split. But they have a good read on this. You sort of expect Liquid's composition to come online on their defense much like it did on that first map of split. But right now,
ברים ואומן, וואלה, אין לי מושג. כולם עכשיו סוג שמשחקים דאבל קונטרולר, אבל ליקוויד סתם מגזימים. ליקוויד ממש מגזימים.
But G2's just so good at breaking the timings and making it very difficult for Liquid to take any space fast.
חשבתי סימפל.
Slowing it down a little bit, finally a sign given of Team Liquid's intention, which is to play towards this east side. Flash is going through, Navera already forward, and Navera able to chop down one. Oh, this defense won't hold water against Team Liquid. The flood comes in, takes the B site of Ova and Mixwell removed from any impactful positions. Team Liquid looking good for 3. A safe call already being made here for G2.
Vova's managed to sneak by.
Yeah,
not be picked up by. Yeah, both of them have managed to sneak by these trade max to pinch behind. They have no idea.
That gives an opportunity now. If they get a pick here very quickly, it is on. G2 see one up. That's Soulcast down. They don't expect the second player there. And with Blink confirming that kill, now puts Mixwell into a difficult spot. He goes back up for the re-peek, and this time it's Link with a bullet between his eyes. Good round from Liquid. It's closely contested, just like Icebox is going back and forth.
אתה תותח על עמית. תותח על, אחי.
Goes back and forth right up until the very end. And then some, in bonus.
Considering how both these teams have been on the defensive side, G2 need to rack up as many rounds as possible because you know that Liquid is going to come alive then.
Yeah. This is
right now, it's just such a big ass.
דבר על לייב המכורת הזאתי? מה זה הנייף הזאתי?
Now, yet again, they're going towards the A site. They do have an orbital strike available. Where they're going to place it, what they're going to do, and does it even matter if Nokia is going to find that kill and the paint shell to break any trades coming in from Liquid? Stalled out.
Yeah, where did they go with this one, Team Liquid? I'm going to try and fight out towards line. Devera too far off, grabbing that. That would have been a big kill. That would have drawn it back into the
field. אתה כנראה כן חטא. וואלה, יצא לי מלא עומר. בחיים לא קניתי אותה. לא אוהב אותה.
Get raised up, or healed up rather. Meadow removes the head of Soulcast, and this is becoming very worrying for Team Liquid. You have already lost 2 players at the beginning of this round. Devera damaged up. You haven't really got too much control of the map. You can only really go into this B side, and even getting towards that side is going to be difficult as Hoodie looks to reclaim control. Sends the flash out, takes down Link. He's separated the forces. They're completely severed off, and that smoke will stop them from getting into the site.
Smoke in the trademark
as well.
You have to be very careful and very dedicated.
Oh, never up. Tries, but Meadow again. He has had a lot of multi-kills in this series. Another 3k added to his tally. There's now 5-3 for G2. It's hard.
הנייף הכי יפה זה RGX. תודה רבה לוטם, זה מה שאני משתמש. תודה רבה לך.
The roster a little bit ahead, and I think that time
מישהי עם טעם.
indicative of that.
Yeah, it feels required.
הסכין שואו, לא, הסכין מניפה הזאת.
We saw a lot of ideas on how they wanted to approach the map on split, but this just feels haphazard. Yeah. It just feels a bit like we're just going to execute really hard and really fast in some areas. And credit to G2, I think their comp is very good at breaking the timing, stalling them out. When Astra is very much out of the meta, some nice replacements, right? Spread out utility from Mixwell on the chamber. Shells, perfect timing from Nokia with them. Meadow, of course, the breach, so impactful with those stuns. Said it at the start of the day, a lot of NA.
לא, את גם אוהבת אותה, עומר, כן, אבל הנייף מניפה זה איך אתה אוהבת אותה.
Nowadays, with this kind of patch,
צ'מפיונס חזקה, כן.
Rely
קרמביט פריים וצ'מפיונס, גם חזקות, אבל RGX הכי יפה שיש. by far.
And Shox has been talking about Game of Thrones all day. It's similar on the agents.
זה היה סוברין, עמית.
If Astra is dead, who's there to take the place?
It's like a new season, right? It's like, who is going to sit on the throne at the end of it all?
וואי, לוטם, בוולורנט גו, אחת המכוערות. איך לשחקת עם זה?
Exactly where all of these guys want to head. Winning this matchup would put you closer to that. Put you within 1 match away. The winner of this goes on to play FPX. And that feels like a very winnable matchup for both of these teams.
מה דברים עליך מזכיר לי? מה מזכיר לך, עומר? לא, תיזהרי, תיזהרי. תראה מאיפה הוא מוציא דוג. מה זה?
Well, good stuff, really, from Nuki on the initial ball. 2 kills and Hoodie able to double up yet again. It's that multi-kill potential we've seen from him just time and time again. He's just looked so good, but no 3k this time. Oh, Link, here we go. The judge into the Phantom, as now he has the C side up. It's all onto Mixwell to stop this clutch. Link is low on HP, significantly damaged. He has got that orbital strike available. Smoke, an incendiary. He has everything to play with as Link goes into the peak. Position now known. He doesn't go down. Mixwell gives away his spot. And now Stimmy for the Brimmy as Link plays behind the site, trying to figure out and dance with Mixwell. On the other side of these boxes.
איזה לחץ זה הקלאצ'ים האלה.
Mixwell goes back into
יואו, עשה מהלך טוב.
Link
לא, לא.
and wins a crucial round for Team Liquid.
אחרי זה אל תבקשי מחמאות, אתה אומר?
Liquid constantly have had to rely on Link to find those moments. That could be a real pivotal one. And it is gun game. Sheriff into Judge into Phantom. And just the way he's playing this, he puts the stim beacon close to the box on backside and then plays out just to have the better angle.
המהלך של החזרה לגראז' היה מאוד מטורף, אבל זה לא עבד לו. וואלה, זה היה מהלך נדיר.
once he has that buff from
השריף הכי יפה לדעתי, השריף חשמל, המייג' פאנק.
Now was a thrifty as well for Liquid, and a thrifty now on the side of G2. They don't have much money to work with.
סתם אומר, חיים שאני אצחק, את יכולה לשלוח את זה באהבה. אני בעד וויפים, אני בעד פדיחות.
And the conditioning that Liquid have been able to do over towards A. Just haven't done much with it once they've got to this point.
Vera. Close to the shot up on top of the site of over swings, and Navera unable to take that chance. Decides not to dance with death and drops back into a more comfortable position to get healed up. He's now back to fighting fitness.
G2 could pinch behind. I mean, there's 2 trademarks to clear if you want to get right in behind, but this is a lot of information for G2 to work with. Liquid just want to be executing fast, throwing in the orbital strike. Forces the Omens
מה זה אומר? מה זה הסתסבוך הזה?
and Rolling Thunder even dedicated on the defense.
Coming with one. Meadow finds the follow up. G2 on these lower weapons are doing a lot of damage, and now they've held.
עושים להם טריפטי.
Meadow looks to hunt them down with a breach. How much impact can this guy find? He's just so good right now.
כן, וואלה אומר, זה אחד הדברים הכי משוגעים שקראו לי האמת.
They know they have to fight their way through, and somehow, some way, Scream has found that kill onto Meadow. Hoodie trades him out. Navera back in.
וואלה, תאמיני לי, התלותם.
Well, they are coming down close, but it's all down to Nukia as his teammates have hit the deck. Navera was scoped in upon his position, but now the chance for Nukia arises yet again.
Oh,
The
why?
first shot his. Bass Black out to the left side, and
Why? Nice try.
stops the nightmare from becoming reality. It is 5-5. Liquid able to tie it up. Oh my god, G2 never make these rounds easy.
Not a bad eco, but you look at the cost of the Seekers coming in, the Rolling Thunder, big ultimates expended from G2 on a round that they weren't really likely to win up until those pistols started to find success. And Liquid just cannot keep it clean. Trying to go in for that C execute initially, spotting out Soulcast, want to execute fast. Knowing that G2 have
זה המשחק האחרון, כן, תומר.
just they're finding so much utility to slowing them down. They'll be glad once this attacking side's done, and if they can end it with 6 or 7 rounds, the perfect position to be in.
Oh, heaven is the play for Soulcast, and nearly his resting place is Mixwell hunted him down, but Soulcast able to.
בין מודל לג'יטו.
Link now moving up as well. Look how quick he moved now with his room. It's ridiculous. Then towards the site. Plant comes through, locked in. Team Liquid now with the site. Not only that, but the player advantage as well. G2 thinking about the save call, and it has been made to drop back. So they will concede the lead, and Team Liquid now head up to 6 on this attacking side. I mentioned at the start, Ryan, I think you agreed with me, the fact that G2 looked like the better team. Now Team Liquid, some way or another, some of the rounds have been scrappy, yes, but they've worked their way into the favored position.
Clawed it back, yeah. Even losing the pistol, right? G2 were able to pick that up. But look at the economy for G2. It's not a lot of money. Saving's the right call if they can keep these guys.
וואלה, סולקאס די הביא להם את הראונד שהוא שרד, האמת.
Concern is the ultimates, right?
זה היה חשוב.
Is when it comes to his showstopper. I imagine he's going to have it soon. But even now, Soulcast.
אבל למה לא לעשות ריטייק? אני לא מבין את זה.
Yampi has all of his utility good to go, including his smokes. Link's the only one that used all of his stuff.
עמית מבקש בלי זה חברים, ותקשיבו לעמית.
Straightforward from the shadows. We've seen it for eons now, just teleporting into the high ground of A. But just getting that.
למה היינו קוראים לך במשחק? כנראה הוא שינה שם במשחק. השתגע או משהו, אני יודע. אנשים משתגעים על ימין ועל שמאל. צ'אט, אני שנייה חוזר, צ'אט.
I wonder what the plan is going to be for G2 now. Showstopper available from the shadows themselves.
שימו לייק, כל מי שלא שם לייק, שימו לייק.
Showstopper at this point? No, it's just Mixwell full sending it to get that trademark down, resetting, teleporting away, playing towards B, which is where Team Liquid have liked to go.
Navarro's looking for an overextension in the garage window.
It's not been any from G2.
Yeah, that's been very disciplined from them. They do not want to give this opening away to Team Liquid and are forcing Team Liquid to make the first play. And they will. Flash goes in. Scream will take Garage. And, oh, here comes the showstopper. Scream no longer wants to be in Garage. He's got out of there. Drops back down into mid. And look at how Team Liquid are currently posturing. They're putting some pressure towards Garage and up towards the B side now. But
איזה כמה מסכים את השחק הטורניר, אני אעשה איזה 2, אני מאמין לפחות. אם יזרום יותר, אני אזרום אפילו ל-20, אין לי בעיה. אתם יודעים, אני משתגע לפעמים. אבל בתכלס נתחיל ב-2.
Scream isn't too far away from having the Seekers, and the orb is still available, so that seems to be the play. Execute gonna come in, over with the paranoia, has to teleport out before the molly gets there.
Yep.
Scream still doesn't have his ultimate, now he does.
Oh, Hoodie's found Soul Cast, that gives the advantage here to G2, it's now followed up, and oh, just an absolute flawless round suddenly from G2. They sat back passive this entire time, Ryan, and that's how they closed their first half.
Always a fan of the Omen playing the backside on C, teleporting out and then just moving straight back in with the help of that smoke. Of Over just having a lineup and kind of shows a lot. Like Liquid doing well in the early to mid round, forcing out utility, forcing out the ultimate, the showstopper. They just meet a brick wall here. Even without Astra, it seems that just these anti-plant holds too good. And maybe a bit too obvious from Liquid. Getting up the Seekers, trying to execute fast, time is low. Liquid, this double controller composition found a lot of success on the defensive split. And this is kind of what you expect. The Omen towards A, Brimstone towards B and C. Full map control with all of the smokes and an abundance of them.
Yampy gets the lineup of 2, Meadow and Avova, the victim to the frenzy. And now Nuka and Mixwell into the 2 versus 4. This is suddenly very difficult for G2. They just lost all of their forces in a quick flash. They now need to remove Soulcast. Slither of an angle, he has spotted the essential information.
Has his flash?
He does. Just holding it for the time being. Doesn't want to use it yet, and now it goes out. Oh, this has put Nuka in a very tough spot. Right into the shorty he will go. Mixwell left in the 1v4 clutch. What do you make of this new knife, Ryan?
Yeah, I quite like it.
It's pretty cool. The coolest thing about it is it turns someone into a tree. Now we'll see if Mixwell's able to do that here. No. Scream puts him in the ground.
No animation for Scream. He's even got the ghost. Upgrade your skins. Come on. I think it's because they're on the client, right? They have all of the skins unlocked for the most part, but probably have to unlock them each time. This is just a nice little set play, right? Navira holding close, can teleport out with a shorty. Yampy just playing from a different cross angle. It's cute from Liquid, and it worked tremendously. G2 were broken apart a little bit, but you're looking at like the big picture of what the Omen and the Brimstone can do together. And also, how Liquid are planning to...
עומר, הסתפרתי, זה קל 30 קילים. אוי... וואי! הייתי בטוח זה הדשוט, אוקיי. הייתי בטוח זה הדשוט.
Just Meadow, and yeah, he's been good, but Yampy will most likely remove him. Actually gets caught in the fault line. Yampy under a lot of pressure somehow. He gets away with it, and now Meadow has to look behind him because pressure's
הוא רץ לו עם הסטים פיקן.
That's what we call the Brimmy Stimmy peak right there, right?
That was pure speed coming in from Link there.
How can you even react to that? That's just ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure it blurred on the screen as well for added effect.
Yeah, you got motion blur.
Flash too. I think that's a team flash from Hoodie onto Mixwell. That's why Yampy's playing so close to the wall as well, just playing anti-flash. As soon as that utility comes out, you can peek straight afterwards, not really be affected. But similar set play. Now you've got Navira with the Marshal going to be checking up on A long as a flash comes through from the sky. And even a Paranoia dedicated too. A lot of players hit, info gathered, even throughout both the flashes.
נדבר שתי היטים, וואו. כמה דמג' הוא עשה בראונד הזה, כבר עוד לא התחיל הראונד. אמת שאני לא אגיד את זה בחיים, עומר.
See how quick those dark covers come out now. Flashing towards the very back of the site. Yeah, it's just so difficult to handle this one with a Marshall at the back of the site, but they've been able to get out of dodge, and Soulcast comes in with a double on the ghost, and it is suddenly put Avova into the 1 versus 3. Now, he would need a bone-shaking clutch to win this one out. Oh, quick step up towards heaven. That reposition. They start to think about it. They don't know. Avova has made the right call. He might have just made the 200 IQ play. The first is there, the second's even better.
יואו, הוא לוקח את הראונד הזה, אשכרה.
1v1. Avova, so close.
וואו.
But the dink is not enough. Link beats the dink. And now it's 9 for team.
אתה חושב על ניברה? למה שזכתי לנו ב-CS? וואלה, ניברה ב-CS לא היה שחקן כזה טוב, בוולורנט הוא נותן הצגה.
I think it was even Shocks that highlighted him on the desk initially, just how much impact he can have, being back onto that Omen, the clutches that we've seen out of him on this agent, on this map, right? And he almost adds a terrific one to the book.
It's just this, we'll get to watch it again. Just a quick decision. The Shroud step up in towards heaven. We don't get to see, unfortunately, but just how quick he is to get up there. And it almost felt like it was served up to him perfectly. So unfortunate, hits the headshot. That's why I used the Vandal. Anyway, 9-6 on the board. Team Liquid, they won their bonus round. Their economy's looking good. For G2, not looking so pretty.
So Cass, just playing in that A-Ling position. Oh, the rotate is near enough instant because...
Okay.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
טוב.
My God, Scream!
אבל רק באיקו את הכוכב, היה מגעיל.
And Scream closes it with 4. Oh yeah, that's what I like to see, Ron.
These rounds are blink and you miss it. They're so fast, they're so impactful, but the main thing, the big picture, the macro side of it for Liquid is they're taking a lobby near enough for free. They're dedicating a lot of utility, man. They're using that paranoia, they're using a flash from the sky, which by the way, Scream now has his ultimate ready to go.
כי באיקו כוכב עם סקאי.
It's a big part of the map that Liquid are just sort of been given for free, and G2 can't fight for it. They're forced to go into other positions, and because of this whole lineup from Liquid, Brimmy being able to speed stim his way around, the teleports coming in from the chamber.
גם פי גם, 6-12 עם ג'ט. עכשיו בדיפנד הוא ירוק טיפה, כי יש לו אוואפ, כן, אבל בסדר.
That should be the new Pog.
Yeah, it should be. Over 15-9, and like Mixwell hasn't been getting a lot of kills across the series for the most part, but I do think that impact of him playing a chamber over something like a Jet much more worthwhile, and also just getting Nuki off the silver and onto a duelist makes the most sense.
Yeah, it's a weird situation right now. You would like to see a bit more impact out of Mixwell on the fragging count, though. I think, especially going toe to toe with Team Liquid, they're full of firepower right now. G2 kind of need their play to step up.
It's not like Yampi's doing much better though. Feels like it's less of the, because the game is so fast at the moment that like the duelist is the entry is fine. Sure, you've got your teammates literally right behind
זה יכול להיות עוד 3 ראונדים. ויכול להיות עוד 20.
Nivera wants to try and play close in with the operator. Deals with the bot perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But all the players grouped up together, Avova just gets bodied.
Here's the shot, but eats that one. And now Scream, he's usually so clean, but this time not so much as Mixwell and Nukia take the first couple of kills on the side. Nukia! Oh my God!
כרגע אנחנו נפרט עדי, יהיה לי את האופציה לפרט, אני אפרט.
His reaction's primed, and the kill goes through. Avova's lower.
יכול להיות שזה יעשה
shot from the Vera a little bit earlier on in this round. They are softened up at the moment, not anymore, he's back to full health. And Yampy, he's on the judge. The thick judge.
דאגור יוסף, לילה טובה שלי. מתי יש לייב? מקווה שיהיה מחר.
He's been stimmed up, here he goes, judge sent in and immediately dead. Link able to pull away one with the molly, but he's again dead. And now it's just Nivera, and he does not want to be dead. So he's gonna back away.
That's the most disappointing thing I've seen in my life, I think.
It's like, oh, the hype.
Just that setup of like, oh, the Judge Jet with a stimmy. Oh, he's dead. Never mind.
Everyone's dead. Now, not G2 though. They keep 3 players up. And they are now on 7 rounds. So the comeback is certainly alive.
Yeah. I mean, like, you sort of saw the aggression from G2, how they grouped up. You can't really blame Mixwell for not being the entry when all 5 of his teammates are all climbing all over each other like it's a Black Friday sale on the A site. It's just how well they trade off of each other, how well
anybody punching
they
another person
space.
for a TV, Ryan, so...
That's not ready.
Not yet.
We wait till...
That's the new agent.
That's the new agent, actually.
Don't leak it.
The Black Friday fiend.
It's almost like Soulcast is playing the breach in that spot, like it's the stun.
Yeah, זה קורה לך.
Okay.
But he has to teleport out after the kill onto Mixwell.
Better Groundhog Day. He actually finds himself a kill on the first time of asking.
יותר חזקים לגארד ב-C9, לדעתי לגארד.
Why that chamber op is so useful. You can quickly just immediately reposition to a better spot, so you can get double impact out of the operator. Problem is,
Why is
he's
it
blind
flash?
and completely in the open, so he will lose his life. Screen able to pull out 2, Link just good for 1. But that's enough. His team
אבנר, ערב טוב אח שלי.
in a pretty strong response right
תתחיל לימודים או משהו כזה, כרגע אני משקיע בוולורנט אחי.
Gotta say as well, Scream Sky utility has been a lot better recently. It was unique to see him playing the agent right at the
חזקים
start.
בעיני, דגארד לדעתי כן חזקים בעיני.
But some of the flashes there, just some of the ways it's been stalled out, despite not having like a Breach or an Astra, they're doing really well at making sure that G2 can't get onto the site, mostly down to the Molotov there from Link. But just so many angles that Soulcast is playing from. Yeah, Paranoia thrown for again, Flash to get in close. But G2 know that there's not really that much follow-up after the utility, so now they're starting to claim this space as their own. And it's forcing more and more out of Liquid before the fights. It's just Nivira that's keeping them in it with this off.
We're going to send the Paranoia forward. It's just try and crack open the site here. Soulcast has done well, but traded out by his counterpart of Avova. The Omen's going toe-to-toe and tit for tat. Now Nivira gets caught.
בכמה אני בן 20?
Drives by. And now an advantage in
מי רוצה הכי טובה בעולם לפי דוג לפי מה שאתה חושב ואיך הכי טוב בעולם.
He's waiting for Meadow to come into his crossout. Yampy not getting that opportunity just yet. We now go under 1 minute on this.
השחקן הכי טוב בעולם לדעתי זה כרגע סינד אני חושב. אבל הקבוצה הכי טובה בעולם הייתי אומר גמביט.
Now Yampy in a 1v3 with the Blade Storm. This is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for Yampy to win.
Surely you save with the operator, right? If they're running double operator, the economy is so tough on them right now.
Yep. And yeah, unfortunately Yampy gets nothing.
Yeah. I mean, the foresight from Hoodie to flash in behind him on A long to catch Link on that lurk. I think he did break some chamber utility. That's what gave him away. But it was perfect timing. And G2 not really too worried about getting the spike planted. I guess the question was, would they have expected a second operator? Now it's just the one that they can afford.
הוא פשוט לא צריך את הדמויות האלה של הקילים, של הג'ט, של הזה.
And for G2,
הוא פשוט מטורף בפאר, וממש עקבי גם. לא, סן לא טובים, סן באמת לא טובים. מרגיש לי כאילו תן שחק ראנקד.
Yampy takes damage, no one yet caught in the early round.
The attack up now as well, Mixwell upgraded.
See if that allows him
to be more impactful.
His career has been an up player. Flash goes in towards Nivira. Held back.
Flash,
caught.
stunned.
He's getting everything, isn't he?
He's still there.
It's not going to deter Nivira. He's happy to stick around, and he gets 2, and he gets away. The audacity to go for that again. And that's going to be a massive piece of impact delivered for Team Liquid, and that slows G2 right down. Now they've got a real enigma to try and crack here.
Both these teams suffering from the same thing. It feels like just a lot of utility as a get away or get back, but there's no follow-up, that both teams are just calling bluffs. Flash me,
נשבע שהוא יכול לעשות פשע בבליינד, באמת שזה משוגע. אתה חושב שתן זה עצמה בטופ 5 בעולם? הוא שחקן טוב, כן, אני לא יכול להגיד, במיוחד לא אני לא יכול להגיד לו אחרת. אבל אני, לדעתי, אני לא חושב טופ 5. לא יודעים להיות טופ 5.
12 rounds now for Team Liquid, series point, and a matchup against FPX for a spot in Iceland. Looks like it's coming up soon right now, Ryan, for Team Liquid. Just one more and they're in that spot.
It's not done for G2. It's not done for Guild either. You lost the series earlier today. You've still got that lower bracket to make a run through.
That lower bracket is going to be so difficult.
FPX, the only team in the
בואנה, איזה משוגע שהוא עשה את זה.
international event. In fact, has hasn't attended Champions. 3 out of the 4 teams.
וכן בקשר לזה שכאלה ישראל תנתון טוב 5 ג'ט באירופה, כן.
FPX feels like a team, obviously, in the situation with Angel, unfortunately, it feels like a team that is very beatable for both.
לא יודע אם טופ 5, אבל הוא ג'ט מטורף, מטורף, מטורף. אני אישית ממש אוהב לצפות בגילד. הוא גם בא לטורנירים ונותן משהו, יודע לתת בטורנירים, שזה בכלל מטורף לדעתי.
See if that comes through. Imagine trying to read this. God, we need to be on something. Yep, nope.
GG, נראה לי.
Dropping back, Team Liquid.
לא, יש עוד דקה, וואו. הייתי בטוח כבר עשו את זה.
Taking good control here. Garage, in fact, they're going to be wrapping back. Once they sort of assert some dominance there, Trailblazer goes in to confirm that Garage is now alleviated.
Chronicle לא ג'ט אבל.
To think about control elsewhere. They're going in.
I do like these fake smokes that are now coming out of Evolver. Soulcast is having to check the site just to be sure.
פתאום 5 לדעתי.
Thunder gets nothing. They're backed up away by duels, but it's a Nivera first kill off, and he gets another, and he's out.
Rinse and repeat for Nivera. Yet again, a double opening with the operator. It was a tour de force last
בוא נתחיל, סינד,
making a
ארדיס.
in the open hand. Just waiting for another victim. Just waiting for another little peek from G2. Here comes the stim.
דרקם מפנאטיק. וואלה, לא עולה לי הרבה לראש האמת עכשיו, לא יודע למה.
It is Team Liquid that will best G2 here in the playoffs, and they will head on to their matchup versus FPX. They are now 1 win away from Iceland.
Well deserved, I think, in the end. We got to see some crazy stuff out of them.
דפו לא. ארדי זה מ-FPX, כן. דפו לא. דפו לא הייתי שם אותו שם. GG. ליפט טוב. כרוניקה לא משחק ג'ט, אם כרוניקה לא משחק ג'ט הוא היה קל בטופ 5. בעיה שהוא לא משחק ג'ט. כן, יהיה גם טוב, האמת. לא, זה יפה קלורק. איזה טופ אתם לך בארץ? וואלה, אני פחות אוהב דרג את עצמי. בעיניי לא יכול לדבר בשם עצמו, ידעת. כאילו, מה זה בשם עצמו? לא יכול... בעיניי לא יכול לדרג את עצמו. באמת עשיתי את השחקן טוב בעולם. אמרתי, סינד, כאילו יש לי הרבה התלבטויות, כי זה או סינד או קרוניקל, זה מלא שחקנים שהם... הם שם. חד משמעית שם. מסכים, סימן. מסכים. בעיניי לא יכול להעיד על עצמו, האמת. לא אכפת לי מי יחלוק עליי. פשוט אני לא אוהב לדרג את עצמי. כן, בן. מה אתה חושב על טארק? וואלה, אני חולה על טארק. כל מהתקופה של הסיס הייתי אוהב אותו.
Go, let's go.
כשאני יכול לפרט, אני אפרט. בן, שערים מותקן בינתיים, אח שלי יקר. נראה שמו הדואליסט אף פחות טוב. וואלה, יצא לי לשחק מול סיוון שהוא היה דואליסט, והוא שיחק מדהים, אחי. הוא שיחק מדהים. אחד המחשבה שלו, בן, אמת. או שווה שאתה רוצה אחר כך. אבל למה איתך אני ככה הייתי נותן לי מאוד דברים מזמן. וואלה, אני אגיד לך מה, יש לי הרבה מודים, אז אני פחות נותן כרגע מודים. טיפה נגדל ונתחיל לחלק. זה היה ראנקד? לא, לא רקס, זה לא היה ראנקד.
The blossom wavers in strong wind, yet I am no flower.
ראנקד בפישל שונה. לא, זה לא היה פישל, זה היה פרק. עשינו מול המסקרן. וואי, לא עשיתי דאטמץ', למה לא עשיתי דאטמץ'?
Let's put some activity ramp guys, I will go mid.
לא שחקתי מהבוקר בעיניים. יואו, אני מקווה שאני יודע לראות. again, repeat.
Reloading. Enemy spotted. Mid.
I'm on it.
Reloading.
Terrible push.
Take it.
Good one.
Reloading.
Viper 1 HP.
Stay down.
Something to one back.
It's 4.
You can go in now.
1A, push,
Two heals.
Reloading. Poison's gone.
Go guys, go.
That's it.
Wait.
2 to 1, decent.
I have plenty for.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Is
Main.
main?
Minus 30 guys.
Yeah, main.
Nice one, guys.
Just let them try to catch me.
אנשים כאילו ברעל הזה. אז לגבי הקבוצה שיהיה לי את האופציה לעדכן, אני אעדכן, תהיו בטוחים. כרגע אני לא יכול לעדכן.
You went away here, watch out.
Wait, okay, we come from Sobas. Go away, Sage. Let's go together.
Go slow mid, bro.
Okay.
Go slow. Slow.
Olive. Go away, you have spike.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, just kill them.
Nice, bro.
Low HP on mid.
Spike down mid.
Go, just run. Come to.
וואי, כולם היו גנים מלא.
Let's do it again.
אחלה אנג'ל, אוהב אותך, אחי.
Gun here. Here.
Give me ghost, wait.
Slow mid, raise. Slow, please.
Open the gate. Open the gate.
Let's control.
I smoke.
Wait.
Jetting on heaven.
Yeah, 2A.
Barriers here.
I haven't.
Jet 1 HP.
2 heaven guys, 2 heaven. One there.
I have retrieved the spike.
Jet left for heal.
Almost. One rotating B, CT.
Kirby main. How many is unknown? Up to backside. Look over backside. Back on
Last player standing.
He's not blind
Spike
anyway.
down B.
I'll kill that omen. I'll take his memories.
I think B is weak guys. There is only one trap there.
Cypher is B, we should just maybe execute.
Yeah.
Right. Omen is playing close usually and Jet Heaven.
Yeah, okay. You wanna go fast A?
We can try it.
Press A?
Because Cypher gonna delay with the one ways, then Sage gonna slow it.
Here.
We can go contact A if you want. Contact, let's go contact.
Keep those heels coming.
We just go slow. It's fine, it's fine.
I'm holding Heaven, you can cage it, Cypher, so they think you're left.
Yeah, cage and we go Heaven.
Shadows traveling.
Go, go. Two guys inside.
Two here.
Shadows traveling.
For you.
He's close.
Cypher,
Slow, slow, man, slow.
Blinding.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah, all good, all good.
Oh, dude.
Wall raised.
He's here, bro. Here.
Message sent. Your duty is not over.
I am that.
Two city.
Nice trade, nice trade.
It's city.
Healer down.
One more city, one more city.
Heaven, private.
One Heaven. One Heaven, one city. 800. יכול להזרוק את הבוקה חדשה, אני כנראה אשחק את זה.
For you.
נטל.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
Nice try.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Jet, Omer.
If Cypher showing can...
Okay, can we go fast A? Jet, you dash instantly on Omen. He's gonna be there, okay?
I can ult.
Sure knife. Yeah, oh yeah. We'll see.
I think Grace, you can ult as well.
Yeah, I will.
I'm going P, man. Slow game.
מי לא אוהב אותך
Let's take what
מלצים?
they have.
Let's go. Let's go.
I got it.
Spike down A.
It's one way, bro.
cannot cause this one way.
Last player standing.
Limit. Limit on B all day. Damage was active on side.
Here.
Reloading.
Here.
Let pressure be a bit, guys, and we see drill tech teaming, okay? One can be above the side, you know. Omen is
flash.
Right?
It's flashing.
Let's go back.
Let's go back.
Let them mid also.
Let's go back.
Let's go.
I clear, man.
Omen was
enemy
B,
remaining.
Viper was middle.
Last B.
פגעתי בו גם!
CT.
Okay.
City.
Enemy and defenders.
Flawless.
Oh my god.
Pity the man who dies meaningless.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
וואי, אני לא יודע שאני לוקח את החדשה הזאת, נשמע. וואי, 114, אם הייתי יש לראות.
Okay, let's go contact A again. Let's go contact.
Why we don't play mid? We just want mid when Viper ult.
Wait.
I mean, it's close.
Just freeze. We get the smokes and we go side. Okay?
I think he's baiting. He's baiting fence. Nice. Don't go, wait.
One off, one event.
Oh, sorry.
Ground.
Maybe rotate. I'm gonna hold the body. Wait.
Okay, hold the body.
Let's go. This side.
They don't see this.
One enemy remaining.
CT, half HP, is gonna revive CT.
لا مسح لي غوي
Reload. Gear up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
ده كان لازم عليه هذا.
Reloading.
ما كان سينا يا جماعة. Keep the mid. Mid is so funny.
Get out of my way.
Reloading.
Hey, one way on B.
Don't go slow. Right side close.
Mid.
Reloading. Oops.
Nice.
We can rotate to A, guys.
I will take the ball.
No, let's go B maybe.
We're gonna go B slowly.
But
Yeah,
there's
I think they
like
put pressure. It's fine.
Wait for those smokes. Wait. We have.
You have heal. Or just go rotate to A, to A, guys.
I think just push mid.
Take the bomb. I take the bomb.
Let's go.
I'm leaving.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Okay, bro.
Spike down mid.
Leave it. I kill him. Leave him.
Satchel out.
30 seconds left.
Come inside. Yeah, good job. CT alpha HP.
One
I will kill Evan. Play time.
Time.
10 seconds left.
It's one lamp.
Planted the spike.
Oh my gosh.
Enemy
Calma,
spotted.
baby, calma. Bora, Fusion.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
فهم يعني غلط. هذا سلو افتر هذا سلو البو.
Trip on elbow, just hold that.
Interessante level في ده. سلو افتر.
Tripwire destroyed.
Nice.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we?
ولا عملت الساكتي مع وركل. Keep mid. Mid is free, guys. مالك زيب.
I cannot middle.
Yeah, if they fight it,
Here.
you can ult the vents. I mean mail. And
Here.
we're gonna out vents.
Are you flash B even?
Yeah, but just wait if they fight. Only if they fight.
Go stay.
Let's go.
You can ult.
Reloading.
Wait for Viper ult, then you're gonna ult.
Heaven.
Wait, just wait for me.
Enemy kill.
Nice.
Satchel out.
I have 1 AP.
I will take the bomb. Wait.
Precision.
Come.
Just was it.
I know exactly where you are.
One drop.
Jets grounded.
One in the drops and slow.
Side
Take the bomb.
full,
Take the bomb.
I have the spike.
One enemy
Don't
remaining.
pick him.
Let's
Wait for me,
80,
wait for
80,
me.
80.
Okay.
You wanna shot?
Pick on me, maybe, never mind. עכשיו יבדוק אותי, יאללה שלו. Wait.
Don't stress. I'm super quiet.
דם בבית ספר לא. מה הולך גיא?
Good. Let's do better.
רק לאפס. אני מכור לדקור, מכור, אני לא יכול. נכנסתי עדכון שיהיה מה לעדכן, אני אעדכן. רגע אני יכול לדבר.
Can I get heal?
Reloading.
Omen is beaming.
Eyes down.
One enemy remaining.
Where is Omen?
Is look B heaven? Last is B, I guess. Last
Go away,
is
go
B.
away.
Oh, okay. I think. I'm not sure. Watch out.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Don't pick him, Omen, don't pick him. Okay, nice.
I wanted to knife him as
Me
well.
too, man.
And Lushko.
Win. Show me where to go. Can someone get this?
אמר, תודה רבה, נסע, ברוך הבא. Just go me, guy. I mean, it's so fucking free.
Can drop me a raise maybe? Thank you.
Yeah, if Flash is here, bro.
Yeah,
Again.
yeah.
I'll take the timing on ladies.
Can you wait? Can you smoke
Here.
me? Can you smoke vents? I will go.
Here.
Can you flash?
Okay.
Cover going
Thank
out.
you. Can you flash now?
Heaven,
Flash,
heaven,
flash,
heaven,
flash.
heaven. Yeah, yeah.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh.
I'm lucky. אלה שראיתם
Yeah,
ככה
I'm
סגרו
lucky.
ואתה שחקת יותר הרבה באיזה שאלת. לא, אתה קורא לי יארין, שלב, לא קוראים לי יארין. קוראים לי שייך.
No one is no one went.
Cage triggered.
יכלתי תסביר, אתה קורא לי יארין כבר איזה שלב כמה פעמים, אמרתי, אני לא מתייחס. מה, אני כבר נצחת.
It's free, I think.
No, Cypher is just.
Everyone hiding.
גם מתאים לי יארין?
Yes.
Omen is here, bro. Oh my god, he's half HP. He's
Don't
pushing
throw
China,
rounds.
pushing
Going
China.
Evan.
I'm pushing China.
The spike.
Let's go Evo, let's go.
Take Evan. Is Evan ready, bro? Evan.
Satchel out.
Risk. Omen half HP.
לא, רואה שאתה נראה יארין.
30 seconds left.
Planted the spike.
אתם משוגעים אתם ואמא שלי.
I have
Yalla,
your
good.
cross city, bro. I have everything, guys.
One city.
One. Yeah, one.
One enemy remaining.
Chocolate.
The harder they fall.
Thank you.
Last round in the half.
We lose our money after.
That was unlucky.
Might as well use it.
Good
Gone
job,
here.
guys.
Thank you.
Sage, can we try something? Come to me. They, guys, maybe now if they play
Here.
Evan, come to me, Sage, come to me. Let's try something.
I hold if I take one.
Can you
Here.
wall me up? Can you wall me up, Sage? Sage?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
okay.
I'm coming. I don't know. Your microphone is.
Oh, okay. Evan clear.
He's half HP.
My world.
Close left.
Shotgun. Don't go.
Spike down A.
He's low. Like.
Stage one.
Trying to...
Oh, it's TP, man.
Last player standing.
אז תשימו לייקים ליארין, צ'אט. לא מגיע לקיל, יארי?
You will not kill my allies.
Judge is too good.
Switching sides.
To get through me.
Such kind of classic.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
You hear me better now, Sage? סטוניק, אח שלי, אקס-ריי.
Sorry, what did you say?
פייסקאם? אני יכול לעשות את זה. Yeah, now you hear me better?
Yeah, a bit.
Okay.
Good work. Don't screw it
I'll
up.
try to fix it. Wall after my shot, wall after my shot.
2 mid.
Wall.
3 mid, all mid, all.
All mid. 5 mid.
Pushing mid better.
2 more mid. And 1 mid.
Mid 1 HP. Second 1 HP as well.
לא נכנס פה, לא רזה. Okay, stop.
One enemy remaining.
Last 1 HP.
Side.
Wait me.
1 HP, trust me, only one body.
דוקי עם הצופים שלי. וואלה, האמת, תמיד שאני עושה דוקי הוא לא כזה כיף לי, אבל וואלה, אני אזרום על זה, אחי, באהבה. עם איזה מסך אני? באיזה מסך אני ממליץ? אליאן וויר 240 הרץ, 24 אינץ', ואני ממליץ עליו מאוד. וואלה, מסך כיף ממש. אני אשמח לסחוב אותך, אני אשמח שתסחוב אותי. גם אני וראנקד לא חברים. מה, הפנטום אהוב עליי? נראה לי 2000.
Poison's gone. 3.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, give me the AC כופרק.
Reloading.
לא אשלח את המסך בדיוק, נשלח אותו עכשיו פה, את השם שלו בדיוק.
I will give respect.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
Okay. זה השם של המסך. מי שמעוניין. רק תוודאו שזה 240 הרץ, 24 או 25 אינץ'. סיט.
Look heaven, jet, look heaven.
Okay.
One beaming, guys. Vandal beaming. I don't see Viper.
One is pushing.
He's on vents,
One inside robs, yeah. You have room, but...
coming up vents now. איך אני עם אופרייטור? לא כזה טוב עם אופרייטור האמת. בנקיו אקסל יותר. וואי, האמת שהוא מטורף, דניאל. תחדש אחי. מסך נדיר. אופרייטור אני לא כזה אוהב.
Spike planted.
That's right.
I know what must be done.
I will volley this round.
I will play mid.
I can drop you up.
No, I don't like op, man.
Oh.
I'm just Vandal.
I don't see you.
מה, המיין שלי? ג'ט.
Viper wall on...
איזה גרידי, למה לא עשיתי דש לחזרה? למה לא עשיתי דש? איזה גרידי אני? גועל נפש.
shot.
All three was mid. All three. Coming B event.
All three guys.
3 event.
יאללה, תתחילו לעזור, הסטרימר ולורנט היחידי הנורמלי בארץ. סטרינג, תודה רבה, הדולר אח שלי. אוהב אותך.
It's heaven.
Last player standing.
Backside in heaven.
My bad, I was too greedy. כל אחד אחי ומי שהוא הם יצפות בו אחי. זה כבר טעם אישי, זה לא קשור ל... אחלה גילוס שבעולם אבל אני מת עליו. Maybe go stack B, I will play solo with Vandal. I will try to get some kills.
I will be.
Okay.
I will like that and pick.
So I leave you also, man. I see you judge smoke.
You can play on the box, Race, on top.
Hey, everyone, I think. You will come.
I take the job.
No, let me take.
Oh. It's A, rotate.
Let me
On you.
I know exactly.
1, 2, 3.
Planting now.
Spike planted.
1 blue.
נו, איזה טיימינג, הוא עושה את הג'יגל הזה באלבו.
Let's exit.
מה הולך הילה, אח שלי? Coming out ramp.
Last player standing.
That's right. ראית הסטאפ שזה עניין עם רונלדיניו? לא. מה הוא עשה סטאפ עם רונלדיניו? אין מצב. Yeah, go ahead.
I will take B.
אין מצב שהוא עשה עם רונלדיניו, משוגע.
Viper.
Can we fuck them, Race?
Yeah, play even, Omen.
Coming mid.
I break the cypher traps on B.
One is main, A main.
Get out of my way.
He's mid.
Dead vent, the two B vents. They won it. Two more. 3 more.
I slow mid as well.
He's pushing through. Everyone push.
וואלה, אחד המשוגעים האמת, סטוניק.
He's half HP, say.
למה לא משחק פנטום בהרבה הזאת? למה משחק ונדל בכלל? לא הבנתי. שבוע שפע...
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
Maybe revival.
Your duty is not over. Do what I mean.
Last player standing.
דני עליון אחד המשוגעים. Okay, let's take it maybe in B main control.
You say something?
So we can actually kind of leave
Here's
it.
still ringing.
Cypher can trip Ben.
Here.
Omen, can you...
They are not playing B main. We should fight on mid. Let's go fight on mid together.
Yeah, but if we take the behind, I mean, it will be easy.
He is trapping here or here.
Okay. So let's fight on mid for this one.
went up.
איך אני?
One more, two more.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
You have the bomb, you have the bomb.
לא, למה? Nice try.
He's helping.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. It's fine.
Omen can
You
use.
can wall after your shots if you want trade.
Omen can you one maybe?
Deep smoke me.
Don't smoke on mid. They have red. Once you have 2 minutes.
One maybe kaçtı. Öldürgen mesela.
It's China.
I'm leaving B. Nice.
Two last on B.
He's B.
Last on B pushing. Smokes.
You will not kill my allies.
לא יודע איך הם מפרקים אותי ככה. איזה גרוע אני גם. הוא פוגע בראש, נשבע. הוא פוגע בראש נגד. אני יכול גם לפגוע בראש? לא בשבילי. בא שוטס. הלו? הלו?
We are Valorant.
Can you
We
drop on?
are fighters. Thank you.
Omen, can you one way this time?
Here.
It begins. Cover going out.
Low take, guys. At least 2A. It's bait 1B, right?
No, it's not one way.
Okay, they're not pushing, they're not pushing.
Lock inside.
He's TP.
Viper, you. Mid.
We have one.
Mid. Working.
He's look B main.
I'm watching B, man.
A lot on mid. They can go Robs. Safe for cam BF. One more.
One more B
Spike
main.
down mid.
The bomb is here, We need to fight for it.
But I have B main. Can't leave B
He's
main.
vent.
I know exactly where you are.
B haven't pushing.
Oh my god, he's smoked it.
Last player standing.
2 more, low HP, 2 more.
30 seconds left.
You have nade.
He's low the planter.
Spike planted.
איפה שנמצא ככה. היי! Nice try.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
אתה עובד במשהו? מה זאת אומרת, סיבה? אני לא עובד בכלום. כרגע. כרגע אני יותר משקיע ביוטיוב, בוולורנט. But we left mid completely. Be fast, I think. Be fast.
Two on A. They're going back. One is going back to B.
Can you smoke this?
Reloading.
Yeah.
Go.
Bomb buddy out.
Is blind?
Just Viper on it, just Viper on it. Just Viper. I can heal you, bro.
Healing you.
Planting B, planting.
B?
Spike planted.
Give me those back.
Nice.
Viper is like city, one city. One city on site.
On site.
Don't even. City deep.
Could be mid. שתם עליי בבוקר ככה 10 עד ששחק, וואלה בבוקר היה לי טיפה קשוח.
Last player standing.
Let's focus, let's go.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Okay, so let's fuck him. Guys, come with me. Cypher, can you camera this?
Here.
Yes.
Okay, Raise, we push fast. If it's only Viper, we push fast. If not, we go back, okay?
Okay, let's do this.
We kill him, we go back.
Reloading. This is gonna be fun.
Oh, no.
Three.
Die, no.
Standing. Spike down A.
Nice try.
Match point.
Okay, I only have like
תודה רבה, אני אח שלי.
78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Let me, okay? Play B, let me float.
וואי, אני לא טוב ברנק, אני פשוט לא טוב במשחק הזה, אני יודע לנצח משחק ברנק, זה לא הגיוני, זה לא אפשרי.
Mid.
I'm blind as fuck.
Mid and
all.
On site already.
Spike planted.
Omen can be mid. Cypher backside.
There's dog city.
I can res maybe, I can res heaven. No, one heaven.
Last player
Heaven
standing.
Jet, stay heaven, bro, I can res. I don't know.
You call it after I went down, man.
Yeah, true.
איך אנחנו עושים את המשחק הזה? באמת, איך? לא הגיוני, נשבע. נשבע שזה לא הגיוני. 7-1 בסך.
Match found.
Oof. Liquid tens. אתה גנב שמות, יעני. פעם ראשונה שריזי איתך בלייבים. באמת? לא, עשינו מסיבת צפייה איתו, מה? איך אתה לוקח ינקי? לקחו לי ריינה. לילה טוב, אין ניבר שלי יקר.
יו.
זה תרומות. אלו. וואי, חייב להנמיך אותו, אם אני לא מנמיך אותו הוא מת.
Yo, Brimstone, you know the drill. Just show me where to go.
How you doing, boys?
Hello guys.
Hello.
לקבל ניתן, ראית מה זה?
וואו.
טוב שהוא דחף שם גם גמביט. איזה ישראלי, כן. לקבל פנאטיק גייטנס.
קם, let's go.
Let's go guys.
מבטיח.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Ça va, Jedi? Not sure.
Jet, minus 55.
Real nice, okay, worth it.
Reloading.
One back set.
Gone. City and
One more city.
One enemy remaining.
7. Oh, super boost.
Good job.
Just like we practiced.
Anyone want sheriff? I can go.
Boys, let's go together. I'm gonna throw him.
What?
Come B, I'm gonna throw him.
Okay. Let's go.
לקבל זה מקורי, וואלה זה אחד המקוריים שראיתי.
You better run, Sova.
Deploying drone.
Okay, you're back on target. Right, also.
יאללה.
You're done.
You can pump.
City bro. On summit. On summit.
Nice.
Right planet.
Maybe kitchen. Okay.
Summit.
One city
Enemy
jet.
spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe on the tube.
Yeah.
That's a point.
לא, אבל ברנקד כזה כן, לא נורמה.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Reina, if you want, I can drop you Vandal. Just
Sure, let's try. Let's try it.
Let's go.
I will go pipes, go above. Go bed, try to get some kills, Reina, maybe. אין הקשבה.
Stim beacon here.
I'm low.
Deploying drone.
Launching smoke.
Jet.
Stim beacon down.
Haven't taken
One behind.
Cutting their vision. Reloading.
Sorry, I'm gonna get
No! One heaven, one city. זה אמור להיות יפה.
I'm locking you.
Two city.
What?
One heaven.
Just chill.
Wait for Soba.
One enemy remaining.
Best their career. Let's go guys. דש חם. מה איתי אדיר? מה עם שלום אליי קודם כל אח שלי יקר?
Boys, let's go play. I'm gonna have one.
מה לא יהיה לי שלום אחי?
אתה רוצה מנדל?
יש לי.
אני מקס.
Need a drop.
אתה עמוס.
They don't have money.
זה למה היא כלבה? למה אתה לא שומר על הבייס?
Revealing area.
אחלה אירו.
Jet silver. Silver skins. I'll take behind.
One behind.
Sure.
Yeah, he just tried my trap. He went away.
It's clear, it's clear. Yes.
Oh, sorry, man. 2 city.
I'm low HP, guys. So don't worry.
One enemy remaining.
Then scream.
Nice one, boys.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes.
Are you liquid fan and tense fan?
No. I need to switch name, bro.
Oh, fast, man.
What?
You need to do it fast.
Yeah, I know.
ריזן, בעמדה של ליינאפים, מה ריזן יעשה? זה איפה החצי דרך?
You want to play? Let's play.
Can you go B? Come here. He's over there.
120 Sova. 1 HP. One more.
Operator.
It's whole table. Need to go.
Shot down.
One screen.
וואלה, טל, אני לא טוב בחילות, אחי. מחילה. אתה אח של הקורסון, אמת אח שלי.
He's backside or city or something. Yes, comes.
וואי, אני רעב, נהייתי רעב.
I think one's checking me, man. I killed one.
Planted. Scanning ahead.
He's 100% checking me.
I've shocked us for...
I was sleeping, what?
הבנתי, אוקיי, טוב.
I like actually, fuck it. Sure.
One on site.
Reloading it.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Don't worry, you're with me.
I'm impressed, Sova. Even with blood in your hands, you're keeping control.
تسمع بتوقف تاجش لما تيجي تحاول على بيز ايوه ما اوكي تيجي تحاول كان ايه تيجي ما يصير زي مانكي قلت كذا بشوت ما تمام
ده ياخد ده رانكد طولك 5
Watch and learn.
I went back side. I'll take mine.
One enemy remaining.
That's B player. Should be middle now. Holy keys.
Look. No. Below. Imagine being a bot. هلا ياخذ كارت على طول.
صدقني النينجا نايف كلاسيك هذا.
اوكي هلا הייתי בטוח שעשינו נייף. אתה פתרת שאני יכול לדבר על זה.
זה בול מה שחשבתי.
כן, ותחדרות בו באוויר.
אתה מוציא לי את השריף, אחי. אתה מוציא לי את השריף. לא, כי זה לא פורטנייט.
שומע, שים לי אותו ירוק, למיד אתה יכול? ל-SP.
כן. מסתכל?
Keep up. What's this?
nice. Go away. Just take it, guys. There's one Emox.
וואי, צ'יט, אני רעב פצצות, למה באתם פה בסונים?
Last player standing. Spike down A.
What the f...
וואלה, האמת עכשיו בהפות אין אנטר בניות, יכול להיות שאני אסכם בקצרה פורטנייט. וויפים.
קראקים, אחי.
לא, הוא גורם לי לוויפי רק. תמיד שאני מסתים בכן, אני אעשה וויפים. תמיד.
Boys, can we try to execute this one? Come.
What?
Let's execute me. Come, push me.
Let's try to look, let's give me back.
I'm gonna arrow close and down. Come. Survivor. Let's go.
Blocking sight.
I need someone on the side.
Nowhere to run!
No man.
מידל.
זהו הייתי בטוח שהוא זרק את המולים מכאן, נשבע.
Last player standing.
Get out of my way.
משחקים את המשתיים בזה, נכון? בומסטון, כי נשמוק... אני אשים לך אירו ותצא עליו.
אחד קרוב.
מה אותו?
אחד המשחק קרוב ואחד על המפה.
אוקיי. תן לי כל אירו, אוקיי? שאתה בסמוק. איפה אתה עושה את הסמוק בדיוק? תגידו. בומסטון, סמוק לייק...
סמוק this.
Stay safe.
Launching smoke.
Blocking sight. Your fault.
Nice.
Can we go B?
They wall.
Ooh. No charges left.
One more.
I'm gonna run.
Spike down B.
One more boiler.
You will not kill my allies.
I have the spike. I'm a good shot.
One more. 100 HP.
100 kitchen maybe.
Orb, I think.
One enemy remaining.
He was orb maybe?
Let's swing together, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Last player standing.
Out of range. Teleport's ready.
Liquid 10's 1v1 class situation.
תראו אותם.
That
was a tense pick.
Very good, man.
Very good.
Come by def, baby.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition. There. Need a drop.
The vibe hold, boys. Let's go B again, come.
Thank you.
Need a drop.
Take this.
Give me.
Yeah, no man, we can go.
כן.
אוקיי. אז אני יכול... רגע, אני אנסה לשים...
אני שם סמוק ואז.
אני צריך למצוא ליינאפ אולי בתוך ה...
You want to play? Let's play.
Welcome to my world.
אתה רואה את הג'ט שעשה וויף לשתי אבדרפט?
פול טיים.
טובה, דינק.
Chest to go.
Sandwich. What a what?
וואי, הנקט החדשה הזאת משבשת אותי. כמה כפתורים אני לוחץ בטעות. דאבל אבטוף בטעות.
Teleport's ready.
Operator's dead.
Last player standing.
Close.
לא, וואלה, נקט טיל, הייפריקס, FPS פרו. פשוט אני צריך להתרגל לזה. ואני לא צריך מספיק כדי להתרגל אליה. כי הייתי רגל עם משקלת גדולה, ופתאום עכשיו יש לי אחת קטנה. נקט יותר, באמת. הייפריקס, הלא FPS פרו. Can we run under tube?
Here.
No one playing there.
I'm
Just
orange and down behind.
you can smoke deep. I'm gonna dash on tube. Then you guys go under.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon here.
Cutting their vision.
One boy left.
Sage.
Cutting their vision.
Viper is there.
Sage yellow, guys.
Close, she's close, right.
One under.
One more.
תתחדש? לא, לא תתחדש, זה קטע השנה שלי. פשוט מה שהיה לי נהרס.
עכשיו אני צריך לשים למונה.
למה להרוג אותו? יש לך בקיצ'ן, one more kitchen I think.
One mid. You saw me.
I know.
Spike planted.
Okay, after. Liquid 10 cement.
Last player standing.
Let's get last one quick.
Last round before the switch.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
Whatever, רגע. עשיתי שניים שמה פרקר בזמן. שים שנייה פלוס דאש, אני אקח את הראש שלי. היא שמה פה קיר. אתה יכול לשים אבטרט להרוג אותה בשתי. Yo, Chamber, can you break this over arrow? He's there. Right here. Open, someone break it.
Let's fly.
This one.
Here. Get out of my way!
Take flight.
Not worrying now.
Morning, just follow on.
Stim beacon down.
Don't take ult.
I saw.
Viper top side.
Smoke's down.
Nice.
בא לי להביא בוקס מהמסך, בא לי להביא.
Oh fuck, minus 70 on Viper.
There they are.
I have fucking some moment ult. You ult first, man?
Yes, I ult first.
Go.
Minus 110. Jet.
Last player standing.
Yellow.
I am the hunter! Silence.
That's fine. וואלה, ברימסטון ישב באולט וביאלו. מבחינתו אף אחד לא רץ בסייט. צלח יקר מאוד. זה הבעיה.
תגיד, אי פעם אנשים הלכו לבי בפיסטול?
כן. שהייתי 5 דואליסטים.
זה קיים?
כן. לייב ארוך אמר, וואלה, משתדל.
בוא נגלה. Devil flashes, guys. Just communicate. Let's go.
Det håller.
Jag maftiach lייב עולה, זה... You can go each chamber. Hey, say.
Mid.
Moment.
Yeah, mid.
We're splitting B, moment. It's not A. Planting site, there's 3 there. 3 orange.
Spike planted.
Nice.
Minus 5. Nice, one more.
One kill here. Rena. Yeah.
Oh, one yellow.
One enemy remaining.
Can you defuse? I'll do.
Still in sight.
Push, ba.
Oj, så gabalet med nice shot.
You will expect that to work.
Benching.
Deep breaths, everyone.
אבל לא שקר, איך אתה נותן לך לקרוא לך יארין? מה זה?
לא יודע למה קוראים לי יארין.
זה לא יפה.
תעשו לייק ליארין לפחות.
Yes, careful for us.
Launching smoke.
So I think not be a chance.
Good low.
In bunny similar.
Reloading.
Yes.
Dim beacon here.
Reloading. Enemy spotted. Yikes.
Reloading.
One, shoot.
Back in. He's backing up.
He's in two.
Down you go.
Maybe all the beast limits.
They take off.
Hey, off. Better players. She's gotta be side somewhere.
Yellow, one yellow. What the fuck?
And Sage should be side. She was side.
One enemy remaining.
Last was side. She was side.
Spike down B.
Spike spotted B.
מה הסיכוי? אין מצבה.
Yeah, that's side. No,
Bro, he goes.
כן, אני יודע.
He should be city then. Has to be city.
30 seconds left.
Okay, time for a protein shake.
יו, עשה את כל הראפ הראונד, אחי. כאילו...
Enemies close. Eyes up.
אני כנפיים, אני אוכל, אתה מת. מה זה? מה יש לך חרס? בתיאבון קודם כל, אחי.
Like the...
איזה חולה רע.
Does someone have a weapon for me? Sheriff or something? No? No, okay.
Keep up.
וואי, מה אתה אוכל? את הכנפיים של... נו, אחד בוטנים? וואי.
Top, tube, one
They will be split. Dead.
I'm playing with my
זה
scope.
קוטי, ידעתי, נדבר שהוא מחזיק אותי, ידעתי!
I one is still. One be... Wait.
Dim beacon down.
He's holding gay.
Eleven. Info?
Still got it.
Crossbow to me. Two at least.
You will not kill my
Nice
ally.
80 stage.
Last player standing.
Chamber default.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
Let's
So,
go.
what's the plan?
Play bonus?
No, we played bonus.
Yeah.
בונוס זה רע שלישי, נכון מה שאני טועה?
בונוס
סתם. מה אתה באמת עונה לי?
סתם טוב ומה אתה דפוק.
אתה יכול לשים אירו למידל?
אחי, שרקתי הרנקד.
אירו למידל, אתה יכול לשים אירו למידל?
כן, אני יכול לשים אירו למידל.
אם הם באים מידל, בוא.
אבל בהצלחה שרואים לך. נייס. קיבלתי אסיסט, אתה רואה? צריך דרון.
Take flight.
קיבלת בלחיר?
Beacon here.
One enemy remaining.
Minus 80 chamber. Last.
I survive much worse.
אני מרגיש כמו פרוד. אני רק עושה אפדרפטים, קופץ, ובא עם מיגופים, ודאשי.
לך על זה.
סתם בזבז אביליטי.
Need a drop.
עבד השחרר RGX, מה שאתה יותר אוהב, וואלה שתי נדירים אחי. לא הייתי מת על ה-RGX, אבל לא חמוד.
מה הסיכויים שהם עושים רש בבראונד הזה?
רש איפה?
בי.
וואלה, יש תחושה, אני בא.
וייפר וול בי.
כן, זה בי.
You want to play? Let's play.
טוב, תשחק בזה, בוא תשחק.
בוא דאבל פינק 3 4.
נו, צ'לה.
די.
בוא חוצה.
אחי, זה רע. ריבר או RGX.
ברים הזולתי.
ריבר זה זבל.
כן, לא מכיר את המפה הזאת, אני זוכר.
כבר שנפתחה מלחמה בינם לפיים זה שתי עבר בארץ. וואלה, זה לא אמור להיות ככה בשום צורה, האמת.
סורי, רואה?
Spike planted.
היה הכי טוב, כולם תומכים אחד בשני, כולם היו מעורבים אחד לשני. היה הרבה יותר טוב. אפשר לתת פה באמת 5-6 לייקים ל-200. שט, תודה רבה. תודה רבה באמת.
Revealing area.
Close gen.
One left.
Last player standing.
On the pipes.
יאללה צ'אט, 2 לייקים ל-200. בלסטיקס, לורקס. All day. Reyna, come me. Go there. Insta pick, okay? Come, Reyna. Come to me. W pick. W key mid. Let's go there. I will outdrop the ball.
Okay. You want me to flash?
No. You know what? You can.
Here.
Try to flash deep as you can.
Okay. Yep.
There.
Viper right side, yeah.
Can you flash again?
Go back, leave it.
Hey, let's go back. You plant it.
Spike planted.
He's gonna pick us, okay?
Hip boy.
Minus 62.
Bye.
Give me this.
Two up.
Minus 70. On white.
One enemy remaining.
That's up.
Nice.
Don't insult me.
C'est vraiment c'est la ninja.
Reloading.
Oh, was that important?
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
I'm gonna play rotator with ult this round.
Need a drop.
That's all.
Thanks.
רואים, can you break the arrow?
Here.
רוצה arrow בהתחלה של הוולבנג?
כן.
צריך arrow.
מה, נהיה לך וולבנג? יאללה, וולבנג.
Get out of my way.
Revealing area.
Mid.
Found them.
Healer down.
Nice. I'm going for
Maybe two.
Not owning. Chamber. אין סובה.
לא האמנתי שהוא ייפול, באמא שלי לא האמנתי שהוא ייפול.
סובה טאגנו.
Get exit.
Pipes.
Shock dart.
One pipes, one S.
איזה חנון אתה?
Just here on another guy. Sova HP. Sova 30 HP, Chamber half HP. No heal.
שמע, ראיתי את זה דרך אגב. את הליינאפ הזה.
אחי, פגעתי בסוף, מה עבר?
צעקתי ועליי באיזה חנון אתה.
אחי, 114, קיבלתי סכם.
לא, הגיוני. יאללה.
Spike?
Spike down B. 30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Bomb here.
If you trust me, go away. Oh, never mind.
One enemy remaining.
מה? מה?
15 seconds, bro. בינתיים.
איך הוא הרג אותו?
You have a flash as well.
10 seconds left.
You won.
Aye, man.
איזה מים.
No more
לא יודע מה זה ללחוץ על הסתיר עליה בחור.
כאילו, אתה יודע. שב עם סכין פה. סתכל על הקיר, תבעה.
בסדר, כזה. לא פרובלם.
לא, הוא לא פתח פה, רינה מטומטם.
לא פרובלם.
זה good mate.
רק הוא לא צריך להסתכל על הטיים, רק צריך להקשיב לקום שהוא אומר יבון. תמצא רגע. ג'טה פרי.
one ding, לא מצליח. באפר לא.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Defeated.
Easy clutch. Viper בלי שיט.
better players, אחי.
קליל.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
מינוס 96 שוקולד.
ממתי PLBM עוד? מהרגע שיש לי ערוץ יוטיוב.
Let's go, last rounds, got this. You're absolute beautiful human beings. איך זה יספיק?
נראה לי שכן.
Let's go.
פרטר רול וי. אני מת קיצור, אני מדקר.
ביי ביי.
ידד וי. עמוק וי.
בבקשה תחזיק את זה כמו איזה...
תסגיד.
תודה רבה.
chill jet.
Just watch me, guys. Just play all on side. Just fight them. Shall we come back?
Shut up, bro.
One coming back.
Yeah, voilà.
One mid.
Blocking sight.
He's stuck there. Go kill him. No. there.
איזה בן
אחי, וייפר תקוע כאן.
סייג' עושה בניופ עם סכין על הטיספאון, אתה דפוק? למה שתעשה בניופ על הטיספאון? כאילו יש לי 8 קילים. רק תלך כמו בן אדם נורמלי.
ליקוד טנס לא נראה לי אמיתי. לא פה, נסתה. כן, מסתקי, come. Opa, ליקוד טנס pulling out the operator, my guy.
אני צריך חוב, אתה יכול להחזיק איתה למעלה?
להחזיק אני לא יודע.
אתה הורג אותה, מה זה לא?
לא, למעלה כן.
טנס, can you hold belt?
Here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
אחי, הוא...
טנס.
You want to play? Let's play.
Nowhere to run.
אחלה אולט. אולט הענק שלך.
Give me those back.
Nice.
רגוע צ'אט, רגוע.
Last player standing.
וואי, עזוב, אני...
Spike down A.
אתרכז
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
בוא לוי, שי. בוא לוי. תעלה למעלה.
לא, אני הולך לדלו. נראה.
אוקיי. הופה.
Enemy spotted B.
1 HP.
Maybe not.
Deploying drone.
Ahmed.
30 HP jump by
Welcome to my world.
אני שם לו רובוט.
Grounded.
He can't plant, it's a bad ult.
Yeah.
One was switching, let's go. Jimmy was switching, no?
I think he went back.
Yeah,
Back.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
They have back.
Nice.
Stepping already close.
One B side. One still B side.
Yeah, Viper should be B.
Maybe deep.
One enemy remaining.
Could be all around there.
Spike down A.
אחלה קול, אחי.
שומע? הוא רץ עם סטימבליק, כי נסע לי וואן טאפ.
Let's just fucking place back.
30 seconds left.
Wait, what?
See nothing.
Easy.
Time, guys. Time.
Muslim, you can ult if he plants.
Yeah.
You won. Just don't like that.
אל תגיד פעם, יורן כרגע בחיים ואין זמן.
Very. Amazing round, guys. Lovely. Let's go last round. Let's win this.
Time to say goodbye. Need a drop.
Thank you, my friend.
Maybe breaking golf.
קח, בקש.
Need a drop.
Can you buy him? Okay. Let's go, boys. We have walked for this moment. Let's do it.
Together.
Get out of my way.
Mid.
It'd be split, I think. Nice. He's downing being. I'm leaving. Okay. I'm downing. Just chill.
Enemy mark.
Tak. Doesn't do.
Enemy.
Sova 1 HP, guys. Right for half HP. 1 yellow. Sova is yellow. One hit.
כמה רדת 18.
Should be. Sage that can already fall.
סייג' כל ראונד יושב עם טיטול, קפה ועוגיות מחוץ לעיר מחכה שאני אפרוץ. איזה חרא.
Spike planted.
זה היה שקוף, אבל חלאס לשבת שם. יאללה שלו. איך אני שונא אותה.
יאללה.
You will not kill my allies.
Chamber can fall.
Last player standing. Switching sides. Overtime.
Gameplay זה קשה מדי.
לא שמתי לב שזה הסקופ.
Reload.
אל תהיה כמו ברנדד.
כמו ברנדד?
כן. שומע, שימי דרון ביי, אתה יכול לעשות נכנס בדרון ביי, אם אין שם ארבע אני הורג כולם. קנינו 4 מטפים.
איזה אירו? פייפ או...
אירו פייפ, זה פה כאילו, ואז דרון.
Just play slow like them, man.
Like them, man.
I'm gonna one tap this.
Scanning ahead.
Simple over, huh? Okay.
Still inside.
Take flight.
Nice.
Wow. Leave. Reonate.
Go back, guys, go back.
Jet OP.
So, she's all of them. Nice. Be clear.
לא לזרוק, שי לא לזרוק. Let me get the plant so I can have a...
Oh, chamber up. CT, don't peek, guys.
Smoke's down.
Spike plant. Watch this. My ult's ready.
Okay, chamber. קיצ'ן.
זרקתי.
קיצ'ן סיטי.
סוף האף HP. בסדר. above you.
One enemy remaining.
אופרטור.
Last player standing.
יש, איזה מזל ש...
Switching sides. Match point.
שומע?
כן, אני חושב על להרים ג'אז' ונשחק.
הצ'אמבר שמולנו זה סנטנס. לא ליקוויטנס, סנטנס.
I'll hold B.
תקשיב טוב, שמתי לו אפדרפט, תסתכל. הייתי בתוך סמוק, שמתי לו אפדרפט, הוא היה כאן, הוא שם לי פליק בשמיים, עם האור. הוא בתוך כוונת.
כל אלה שחקנים חשים עלי.
תגיד לי, מה אתה דפוק?
איפה הוא עולה? Inside door.
Hey, steps there.
Launching smoke. Molly.
I'm gonna away.
Blocking sight.
הם פוצעים כאילו?
B, thank you.
Mid.
Planting.
Spike planted.
איך?
One meat, nice. Let's go. Defuse.
Just defuse like them.
Stim beacon down.
What? You mean it's what?
Defenders win.
אני דוקר אותו, חכה, אני דוקר אותו. נו! לא, מה זה? לא הביא לי. GG.
כאילו עוד אחד?
לא, אני הספיק לי, להיום.
אחי, תראה את המאצ'יסטורי שלי.
10 פרסט דאץ.
שקעת. תראה את המאצ'יסטורי.
מי זה סוף סופים אותה 3? ברוך השם.
אני כנוס, אחי. האף שלי מת, אחי.
שיהיה לך גוד נייט, אח שלי יקר.
גרון לך.
שותפים שלי, תודה רבה כל מצטרפה, אוהב אתכם המון. בקשר למה שרשמתם היום בטוויטר, שיהיה מה לעדכן אני אעדכן, כי ראיתי שהרבה שאלתם היום בצ'אט והרבה התעניינתם, ווואלה קודם כל תודה רבה לכל מי שהתעניין. זה אומר שכן אכפת לכם. הנה איך שאני מדבר בסקאמס מגיע, אח שלי. וואלה אוהב את כולכם, תודה רבה לכל מי שהיה כאן, תודה רבה לכל התמיכה. אוהב את כולכם המון, אפילו את בסט קמפס אני אוהב. וואלה, שיהיה לכולכם אחלה של לילה. אני מקווה שמחר אני גם אעשה לעשות לייב, אם יהיה לי זמן אני אעשה. שומעת שיהיה חולה. קיצור, אוהב את כולכם, שיהיה לכם לילה מדהים. אוהב אתכם המון.